The sitting is resumed. Senator King.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This for me is really a bill that takes us back, or takes me back, to when I was a very young person coming into the civil service for the very first time. In the 1980s. I remember when I got my appointment, not only the joy of knowing that, here I am in a position which is not iffy, and that I could actually go to a banking institution or a credit union or whatever to start my journey to becoming a homeowner or do other things that I wanted to do. And I particularly, at this particular point in time, want to make the point which I think that a lot of people miss as we discuss these types of things. Is that imagine if you have young persons coming in to the civil service. We all know that government is probably the largest employer. You have young people coming into the service and finding themselves in a position where at a young age, you can qualify for a mortgage. You can begin to plan your life accordingly without wondering, how you're going to do it or if it will ever happen for you. Now, for those of us who are old enough to know, many of us have seen our parents, and sometimes in some instances, our grandparents, who didn't have that kind of security attendant on plantations working or in other things where, they were always at the, I'm going to choose my words carefully here, at the mercy of persons. And having the dream, all of us, the first thing they would tell you is, son, daughter, grandchild, whoever, try and get a piece of the rock. This is standard knowledge across Barbados. And numbers of persons would have struggled, literally struggled to accomplish these things. We have the opportunity now to ensure that a next generation of young people coming along get that security, have that peace of mind that they can build out their families. And we all know, well, I shouldn't say we all know, but I guess we should all understand that when there's a certain amount of security, people understanding what they can build out their families and they can plan for the future properly, the society benefits from it. It does. And with government's plan to build up housing when the demand is so high, who do you think would be the first persons to really be able to benefit from this? Not the very civil servants who you give that security to. The same policemen and women, nurses and other persons that some of the honourable members in here often get up and say that they represent. It would be important that those persons who globally, at the end of the day, are still the persons at the lower end of the pay scales, as has been said in here more than once. But if you give them that opportunity and you create housing and other things that they can benefit from, you would have done, in my mind, a major service to these people. So I believe that as we look at this, yes, we will have those who will try to turn this into a huge political issue, and that is understandable. But the mere fact that all of us can agree, at least on the one thing, that it is a good thing for those persons who are in the system, I don't see why any of us would have any real problems supporting this this particular bill. I feel, sir, that as we stand here and we debate, the real truth of this matter is going to be borne out when, for any of us who have friends, family, or acquaintances who are benefiting from them, to have a conversation with them, to find out how they feel about it. Because they're the ones who will tell you, true or false, how it benefits them. What do they feel? Was the security not only just in terms of having a job, but in peace of mind knowing that you can do things? Understanding that as we go through this process and we start to strengthen the other things that we're going to be talking about very later on in terms of expanding and diversifying the economy and all the other things that we've been talking about for many years, it's important that those persons who are in the civil servant, who are going to have to be interacting with these same companies that we're going to be asking to come in different places, who may in some instances benefit also from the transfer of knowledge as we go through that particular process, that these people, again, can now look back and say, okay, I came in as a young person, somewhere down the line I have the opportunity to train others who are coming through. I want to also to give back to the whole knowledge transfer as we do this. So, Mr. President, I think that as we continue this particular process, I listened carefully where a number of persons had some, well, I wouldn't say issues, but some concerns about the timing of when it is done and how it has been done. And oftentimes when I have to deal with things like these, I smile. Because sometimes, on the one hand, some people will come and say, but you haven't done this, and we have all of these people out there who are waiting to get their appointments, and it's taking so long, what is taking so long? And then when you actually do it, you have a different problem on your hands, or a different viewpoint again. And for me, that is, in some cases, laughable, but I think if we are serious when we come in here about these things, there are times when you have to look at the good that is being done and just see it for what it is. You know, making sure that persons who will go to work every day put in the effort. And I listened carefully when I heard a senator draw a picture of persons in the public service of who don't go to work and do what they're supposed to do and all of these things. I listened very carefully. I had the opportunity to be a minister in charge of sport, the creative economy, and culture for 3 years. And sir, I am one who works on what I see and what I experience. Not what I hear, not what I feel, or not what other people say. And I can tell you, without any doubt, that those 3 years were exceptionally eye-opening for me. Having the opportunity to see not just how hard people work, but how people go beyond the expectation to do things. And these are the things that often public servants don't get any credit for. But I believe credit should be given where credit is due. And I can say to you, having been with the Division of Culture, having been with this National Sports Council, and these particular entities, you know, against all odds, they continue to deliver year in and year out. Little bit, not adequate financing, not adequate people, resources, but they deliver as best as they can. And I believe that sometimes, more often than ever, we should really spend some time congratulating and encouraging those persons. Because I come here and I listen on the road sometimes to people lambasting the hospitals all the time. I've had And I don't even know if I would say the pleasure or if I would say the misfortune to have to be in hospital on 2 different occasions in my life. Only 2. But for those 2 times that I had to go to Queen Elizabeth Hospital, I had excellent care. Excellent care. And I would take this opportunity to publicly thank those persons. I mean, I try to be as healthy as humanly possible, but the 2 occasions that I had to go, I had excellent care. And so, if you have doctors, nurses, whoever there, and we're giving them the opportunity to get these appointments through, I believe that it should be a time when we focus more so on what are the next steps. What are the next things that we're going to be able to do to encourage and to empower those persons within the public service. And sir, I believe that, again, as we seek to build a better Barbados, one of the first things you have to do is to ensure that your workforce is comfortable. You know, I've said this many times, but I'm going to say it in this public forum for the very first time. All across the globe, there are certain amount of sectors, when you look at them, they suffer the same problems. Teaching profession, medical profession. You could possibly look at police service. The problems are usually all the same. Underpaid, overworked, highly criticized. But there's one important thing that we continue to miss. And I want people who are listening to this debate to listen to me. If you don't listen to anything I ever said in my life, listen very carefully to what I'm going to say now. Your teachers, your teaching profession can make or break your society, like it or not. And if you do not find a way to empower and to make this level of workers comfortable, you open the doors for all kinds of, in my mind, unnecessary problems. Secondly on that list, you go to your security forces. There are jurisdictions across the world where people complain every possible day about the likelihood, in some cases, and the actual happenings of corruption within things like police force, immigration, customs, and all of these kinds of areas where you can have problems. The same rule of thought applies to those parts of government. Pay properly. If you can't pay properly, you incentivize, but you do whatever it is that is necessary to ensure that when these persons wake up in the morning or at night, go to work, that they are comfortable. And I'm going to repeat that again. You do whatever you have to do to ensure that these categories of workers in your society are comfortable. Because the problems that societies have all across the globe are the same in these particular areas, based on the fact that oftentimes they are underpaid and overworked. Like I said, we've done as much as we can as a small economy, and I want people to understand that also when they're making these comparisons. You don't compare a Barbados to a United States of America or an English economy or Switzerland or Norway or Japan. You just can't. You have to bring things of similar scale when you're discussing these types of issues. And so therefore, when others stand and make pronouncements about, oh, this is happening in Switzerland, and this is what they can do, and this is what is happening, we should be doing it. You have to look in the context of what you're dealing with. The size of your economy. You can't do the same things, but you can be innovative and do what you can to ensure, again, that these categories of persons are well taken care of. So I don't intend to prolong my interjection here, because I believe a lot of the things are clear, exceptionally clear for the general public in Barbados. But I also want people to understand, and I'm going to reiterate this again, that oftentimes when we are having these discussions, that we must be able to see past the political jabs at some particular point in time, and really to zero in on what are the benefits that are going to redound to families across the country when people feel secure in their jobs. With those few words, sir, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator King. Senator Dr. Chantal Maroney is right.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me also thank all of the honourable senators who spoke on this bill. I believe that the breadth of the issues that were discussed demonstrates, Mr. President, the importance and the concern with the public service and how we make sure that we have a public service, one, like I said before, that is going to be fit for purpose for a country as it develops, but also as well showing concern for the actual public officers, the actual public servants who work within the various ministries and departments. I think especially, Mr. President, one of the things that struck me in terms of the comments, and I think it was Senator Maynard, who talked about what I believe is, I'm going to call, the mental well-being of the public servants and how we take care of them. At that time, he was referring particularly to the hospital and the need, Mr. President, he was saying, for a gym, for cafeteria, etc. And I believe that that is an extremely important concern, because clearly, as I believe as well Senator King was suggesting, we have officers who are working under tremendous stress. And Senator Maynard, in a previous discussion in this chamber, I've advised that under the expansion of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, that one of the things that you will see is indeed a gym and also the introduction of a nursery. So then again, that the medical professionals who are working, nurses, everybody can be assured that their children are in near vicinity of them, they can be assured that they will be well taken care of. And that is also one of the reasons that we have reintroduced, Mr. President, the discussion around long leave for our teachers and also our nurses, Mr. President, because we understand that working, again, in highly stressful environments, that you do need an opportunity to be able to step back and to be able to reset. And that is something that these professions in particular have been talking about for quite a while, have been asking for. And this government is again seeking to be able to deliver. Not as a gift, but because we understand that taking care of the mental well-being of our public servants is also important and is also part of our duty as well. I would also say to you that even within the Division of Culture, last year, I think it was last year, or near the end of 2023, we introduced a very, very small gym for the staff. Because very often the staff was working there early mornings, late at night, and therefore not getting an opportunity to be able to exercise, have a breather, or anything like that. And the staff made a case for needing to be able to have that level of outlet, and we were able to have small amounts of funds that we saw there, and we were able to provide some gym equipment for them. Mr. President. And again, we see that demand all across the public service. And again, that is something that we are doing certainly as we move ahead with retrofitting our buildings. Mr. President, that is one of the things that we're looking to do to make sure that we have opportunities, again, for exercise. Again, Senator Maynard would refer to it, the concern about non-communicable diseases have to be matched by deliberate design, and therefore the government is intended to do so. I want to come to Senator Nurse. And Senator Nurse, I hear your concern. I hear your concern. The concern about whether or not it is that we are just making sure that we put people in permanent appointments, ticking off by bulk these permanent appointments. Senator Nichols would have set the legislative context for why we have to be able to do it. But I want to identify two other things that I mentioned previously. One was the fact that, unfortunately, we do not have yet a functioning human resource management system, a comprehensive human resource management system functioning as yet. Now, when we did in 2020, those that were on bulk, the government could have said, we have to wait. Put off, let us get the human resource management system in place first and let the public officers wait. We chose not to because we said it would not have been fair to them to further deny them a right as opposed to moving forward. And so we did the 6,000, Senator Norris, we did the 6,000 to make sure that we could have at least, at a minimum, as we put things in place, to make sure that we could afford them the right that was theirs. Unfortunately, we have not been able to put that comprehensive system. And as I said before and explained, what it means then, that as you go through to find those officers that are eligible, we have to do it manually. So again, it means checking through the files to see who is eligible, again, who has a disciplinary action, verifying how long they have worked, and that takes time. The intent is not to politicize the process. We want it to be automatic. We want it to be automatic. We're pushing for that human resource management system that would allow us to very comprehensively and more efficiently have a system that does it. But again, the position is, do we wait? Do we wait and therefore deny the officers the right? Or do we say we will afford them the right as we therefore at the same time try to push forward to have the necessary human resource management system in place? And what we have chosen to do is to be able to work on those two tracks. Push forward with it in this way so that we can honor them, value them, and make sure that they are able, as we said in this chamber, to access their rights, to be able to go and get their loans, get their mortgages, and even those that just don't want, but just to have a sense of security. And we have chosen to be able to do so. I also want to assure, and I did mention it in my previous speech, that we do have a performance management system within the public service. It's called the Performance Review and Development System, PRDS. Performance Review and Development System. And the development part of that is important. The review system is not about just ticking off and yes, you can go for promotion, but what it does is to say in that development section, if you haven't met the mark, is that we will have a stream for you in order to help you. And that can mean, as I said before, further training. It could mean as well that you need to be able to spend some time, somebody, whether it's the permanent secretary, to be able to follow you, monitor you, and to be able to track you as well. One of the things, again, when I was doing my PhD, as I would have mentioned, and I would have been looking within the public service at the notion of transformative leaders. And you know, it's interesting. I did my PhD in public sector leadership, and at that time, having no thoughts about entering the public sector. I was in the nonprofit sector, very happy to be there, but I was also trying to figure out why things were not working in the public service. And so I was looking at whether or not the public service actually had transformative leaders that were about change, and then also as well what was the kind of practical output in terms of how they functioned, and also the government's reform agenda. So I would have interviewed a number of permanent secretaries. Again, looking at how they manage, how they related to people, what were the things that influenced them. And one of the things that I asked those permanent secretaries again was, when you have employees working with you, how do you navigate being able to mentor them? How do you navigate when people are difficult, and how do you kind of motivate them? And they explained to me again that that D in the PRDS system, that development track, means that sometimes very personally they call officers into their office. They talk to them where they meet them. They were able to give me examples of tracking officers who would have come in with little experience and watching them grow through the service. And I'm not saying again that that works perfectly, that it works perfectly. If you recall, again in my presentation, I would have talked about the fact that we are reviewing it. We are reviewing the PRDS system to make sure that it functions even more efficiently. Right now, I have a deputy permanent secretary, and all of the deputy permanent secretary, acting deputy permanent secretaries are going through a process, one of being interviewed if they want promotion to move out of their acting position. But not only do they have to be interviewed, we've gone further. They actually have to take classes and sit exams. They have to actually take classes and sit exams. So it's no longer a thing of, okay, somebody sits in an interview and you can talk well, and therefore you're going to automatically get the promotion over the person who cannot talk as well. But that the process is now becoming more rigorous for promotion. And again, that promotion tied then with your performance review. I also want to point out, because a comment was made here within this honourable chamber, that it is not us as ministers. I do not sit in on anybody's performance review. I do not sign off on anybody's performance review. None of the ministers in cabinet, Mr. President, signs off on anybody's performance review. It is not a political process. It is internal to the public service, through the permanent secretaries, and then through the requisite managers. And that is how the process goes. The difficulty, and I think it was mentioned here by Senator Dr. Connell, is that we have a culture within Barbados in which we don't like to tell on one another. That's the truth that we got to be able to face. So we want efficiency, we want performance, we want people to be graded. We say so out of our mouth, but then when you ask the same managers and permanent secretaries to report on their juniors, nobody does it. And that is not something that the political class can get involved with or have any say about. We end up, Senator King, with who we end up with. And it is not us, Mr. President, who moves people, who gets people transferred. That happens within the public service that is independent. That is independent. So that process of doing performance review, again, we're trying to be able to strengthen, but providing some level of rigor. I also want to say again, because I note again that there was a comment about the fact that we have brain drain, particularly of senior people who have either moved on or people who have moved on for other opportunities in other jurisdictions as well. Mr. President, over the last 2 years, you would have seen, Mr. President, that we have promoted several new permanent secretaries, several new deputy permanent secretaries as well into positions in order to be able to fill some of those positions. And we know that there has to be a transition, Mr. President. There has to be a transition period. And that is why, again, we are investing in greater training of those persons that are coming on. It is inevitable. Mr. President, after I work in the public service for 50-something years, I want to go home with my grandchildren. I might want to go and get some coal somewhere. I see something else. It is an inevitable transition. Some people will leave, Mr. President. Some people want to go home because they're tired. But what we have done is to seek to be able to make sure that we can begin to fill those positions and do the level of transitioning that is necessary to have a public service that then allows us then to be able to be refreshed, Mr. President. I also, Mr. President, want to say as well, because I noted that the Honourable Senator Worrell might have been unavoidably absent during my presentation, and therefore would not have heard a number of the things that I said, because a number of the things that he spoke on were things that I would have reported on. I got up, Mr. President, to a story on Barbados Today. Barbados Today, in which Barbados Today reported, and their headline was, Mr. President, milestone moment for new police constables. The transition from special constables to police constables had been described by the acting deputy commissioner as a recognition of growth for 26 officers. Mr. President, promise made, clap for that, promise made, promise kept. 2024, promise made, promise kept. The senator also would not have heard my reference and therefore would not have been able to update his notes to reflect the fact that this government introduced senior constables. So those people who have been serving there 20 years and more, Mr. President, can then now be promoted to that position of senior constables, Mr. President. He would not then also as well have remembered, Mr. President, because it's interesting now in hindsight, after 2009, 2017, all of a sudden there is no wisdom within the Democratic Labour Party about how we should treat to the public service. Mr. President. But we are, as a government, intent on being able to repair, to build, and to lift up the public service, Mr. President. And this measure allows us to be able to effect that level of fairness that is needed. I want to make a final point, because there was a substantive point that was made in relation to how we treat to young people. And the idea that we have to make sure that we have a transition pathway for university students, BCC students, etc., in order to be able to enter into the public service. Mr. President, that is happening and continues to happen. In fact, this administration, after there had been no increase in the allowances for those students coming in as interns, they were being paid, Mr. President, $125. Let me get it correct, Mr. President. And $200 per week. It was $125 per week for secondary school students and $200 per week for university students. Only the last administration did not see fit to increase it. And we increase it, Mr. President, in order to be able to make sure, again, so we've moved now for those students coming in to $200, university students to $275, and then also as well, if you have a postgraduate, if you're coming as a postgraduate internship, $425, Mr. President, $425. So we have continued to be able to create a pathway for young people to be able to transition, get that experience that is necessary. And also as well, the government, because again, I heard it from Senator Worrell calling for an apprenticeship program, is also as well in the process of advancing such a program to provide apprenticeship. Hopefully we will be able to get the private sector on board and get other agencies on board so that we can then have a sector-wide apprenticeship program for our young people. Again, another plank in how we intend to be able to treat to the growth and the advancement of the public service. Mr. President, with those few words again, I really want to thank all of the honourable senators for their support of this bill, which is extremely important for those 2,095 public officers, Mr. President, particularly at this Christmas time. And I want, Mr. President, to beg that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye?
Aye.
Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that Your Honour do not leave the chair and the Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of the bill.
Before we do that, we need to nominate an acting Deputy President in the absence of Her Honour Senator Thompson. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I beg to move that the Honourable Senator Lyndall Nurse be appointed as Deputy, as is the custom in the Deputy President at this time.
The question is that Senator the Honourable Lyndall Nurse be appointed Deputy President of the Senate for the remainder of this sitting. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye?
Aye.
Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Nurse, for agreeing to serve. And now the question is that I do not leave the chair and the Honourable Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The Honourable Senate is now in committee.
Mr. Chairman, clauses 1 through 5.
Mr. President, I beg to move that clauses 1 to 5 do stand part.
The question is that clauses 1 through 5 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Clauses 6 through 9.
Mr. President, I beg to move that clauses 6 through 9 do now stand part.
The question is that clauses 6 through 9 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Sorry. Mr. Acting President, I do know that you asked that you report to Your Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do not report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The Deputy President has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be passed and cited as a Public Service Appointment Act 2025.
This is a constitutional matter. In order to confirm the two-thirds majority, we'll have the clerk call the individual votes. The question therefore is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Public Service Appointments Act 2025. Are those in favor?
Mr. President, as you correctly indicated this, Mr. President, we are just awaiting another member coming online. President, I think we have all those senators who are willing to vote, either physically present or online. As you quite rightly said, this vote requires a two-thirds majority under Section 49 of the Constitution.
Please proceed.
Senator Cummins.
Yes.
Senator Reid.
Yes.
Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Yes.
Senator King.
Yes?
Senator Paris.
Yes.
Senator Boyce.
Yes.
Senator Nichols.
Aye.
Senator Robert Morris.
Aye.
Yes.
Her Honor, Senator the Most Honorable Elizabeth Thompson.
Aye.
Senator Nurse.
Aye.
Senator the Honorable Christopher Maynard. Aye. Senator Reverend Canon Dr. Rogers, who's coming in online.
Aye.
Senator Malalu.
Aye.
Senator Dr. Connell.
Yes.
Senator Worrell.
Aye.
Senator Walters.
Yes.
Mr. President, the results of the division, 17 honorable members voted in favor of the bill. There were no abstentions, and therefore the two-thirds of 14 has been satisfied in relation to the passage of this bill.
Thank you very much, Clerk and Honourable Senators. Therefore, declare this bill now passed and be cited as the Public Service Appointments Act of 2025. Thank you all very much.
Item 11, sir. Order number 11, in the name of the Honorable Minister of Innovation, Industry, Science and Technology, to move the second reading of the Economic Diversification and Growth Fund Bill 2025.
Senator the Honourable Jonathan Reid.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been quite a while since I spoke this week, so it wouldn't be too late for me, of course, to welcome Dr. Cornell to the chamber. I really enjoyed your initial presentation. I know you were hastened into action, but you were quick on your feet and it was very, very enjoyable. I want to wish everyone a happy Christmas season. This has been a eventful year, one of lots of pace, lots of activity, and we're in a little bit of moment of time where if you watch the news, every day feels like a week, right? And so I want to make sure that I send wishes to everyone. Merry Christmas. I want to also make sure I acknowledge that one of our colleagues, Senator Drakes, is no longer with us in this chamber. I assume she would have really enjoyed this bill. This notion of economic diversification is very much in line with her work, whether it's blue economy or sustainable industries or creative economy and all this range of different things. So I am making an assumption that she would have been quite excited by it and the potential of what it could have done. So hopefully that is in line with her thoughts. And I wish her well in whatever she's doing. Mr. President, I'll go a little bit slowly today for a couple of reasons. One, I'm a little bit surprised by the public debate around this. It is, I think, a sound and, quite frankly, innovative bill. And I'll go through details why I think such. And also, I can't quite call him my friend, but hopefully we'll become good acquaintances. Senator Worrell, and the first time I spoke, you remember, Mr. President, he took almost predatorial glee at my innocence and naivety of not going for quite details on every single nook and cranny of the bill. And instead of focusing on the substance of what I said, he took delight in going for every single paragraph. So I will ensure that I don't do that again and offend him and go through every single nook and cranny for his benefit and the benefit of everyone. Oh man, I'm here to learn. Thank you for being such a stellar teacher. And so, yeah, of course, it's Christmas, you know. And you know, I'm a voracious reader, Mr. President, like I know that you are. And there's a book that I like quite a lot that's called Start with the Why, Simon Sinek. But you know, today we'll do a little different and we'll start with the what. And the what is really a bill that I think it's just a highly tactical tool to face the reality of the business world of where it is. The Economic Diversification and Growth Fund is the name of the bill. The fund is quite clear what it says it intends to do. It wants to increase employment, to leverage and qualifying companies who have the capacity to stimulate economic growth, and of course, boost employment, boost foreign earnings. It's very, very clear in what it's trying to do. It's very, very clear in what it deems as a qualifying company, one that does real business, one that does global business, one that has a presence in Barbados. It's very, very clear on the size of the fund and how it's going to be funded. $225 million in total, which is spread at $75 million a year for 3 years. It's clear where the money is going to be coming from. It's very, very clear on the expectation of what companies will be doing, large emphasis on economic substance in Barbados. It's very, very clear on the governance structure around it. It has the Director of Finance and Economic Affairs as the chair. It has the Governor of the Central Bank as the deputy chair. It indicates that the CEO of Invest Barbados and the CEO of Export Barbados are also on the committee, as well as two persons with finance and business administrative experiences as appointed by the minister. It's very, very clear on that. It's very, very clear on what it expects the committee to look at to see whether companies qualify for it. Headquarter type services, senior management type roles, coordination and shared corporate services. It's very, very clear on its expectations of hitting large targets in terms of foreign exchange. It's very, very clear on the scale of companies that it expects to have 100 persons working as either citizens or permanent residents in this country and employed for at least 7 years. It's extraordinarily clear it's how it's going to operate around tax. It's very, very clear around its administrative process and its auditing system. It's clear on what's the role of the accountant general, what's the role of the auditor general. It's clear that there's still room for the operations of the bill to come into effect through the minister bringing a schedule to make regulations to effect the act. It's very, very clear on all these things, right? And it's clear on, very powerfully, quite frankly, if the companies that qualify for it do not meet the expectations of the act, that the Minister of Finance could say, you have to return the benefits of the act. It's very, very clear. So, again, I'm not certain what the public, in some quarters, not many quarters, because I think not many people are studying it the way that, it's being projected, but it's very, very clear on the framing of it, its intent, its purpose, what it's trying to do, what it's trying to attack, and what's it going after. Now, part of the reason I want to go slowly on this is I really want to kind of hide my glee. When I saw it for the first time in cabinet, I was ecstatic. I was like, I wish this was my bill, quite frankly, that this is a turbocharging of what the future economy of Barbados requires. That here is something that is designed to create jobs, foreign exchange, anchor real business in Barbados in a difficult time. I mean, what more exciting thing you could do from that? Mr. President, you know the Prime Minister well, and my colleagues to my left and right were in cabinet with me yesterday, where she described a lot of what her perspective was on the state of the world. And despite the fact that yesterday was one day away from Christmas, she was adamant that we are not to remove our foot from the accelerator, that no one has given Barbados a living, and we need all the competitive tools possible at our disposal to be able to be competitive. Mr. President, in this chamber and in other places, we speak a lot about countries that we consider to be highly competitive, right? So Malta, we love to talk about Singapore. I had the pleasure, Mr. President, this year of leading a delegation to Singapore. And Senator Cummings and Senator Monroe will tell you, when we go to such things, you know, you're competing with countries with 20, 30 strong delegations and there are 3 people. And it's the truth, if you're lucky, right? So there I was, and my counterpart there, Senior Minister of Digital Economy, Josephine Teo, she's a rock star in Singapore, so she's sophisticated and brilliant. And Singapore obviously is doing extraordinarily well in the digital economy. And how these meetings go is that you go to your first round of meetings, you get to make a contribution. If you make any sense, you get invited to the next meeting. If you make some more sense, you get to the smaller meetings. So I made a little sense, so I got to the smaller meetings. And she said, I like what you're saying, can we have dinner? I said, fantastic, I'd love to have dinner with you. So we're having dinner. She said, I like your Prime Minister, I like what you're doing, I like what you're saying, I like your vision for small island developing states, I like the idea of, you know, shared vision and really focus on people-centric development. I really like these things you're talking about, you know, how can we collaborate, how can Singapore help you? And she's having dinner, and she's drinking soup, and I said, okay, this is my moment to go for the kill. So I said, really simply, I hold the responsibility for innovation, industry, science, and technology. That, in effect, represents 50% of your economy. It's about 12% of Barbados' economy. I love a trajectory where I get that to double in 3 years. One of the things that I would love from Singapore, and she's drinking the soup, is if you can identify one person from each sector that does very well for you and has deep experience in how you create your policies, your governance structures, your vision, your strategies, and second them to me. A quarter. We'll take care of it, we'll figure it out. But I just want to learn from them. And she's drinking the soup and she doesn't answer. And there is a lull. So I said, did I offend? Is everything okay? She says, you know, I didn't know how to respond because I only have 6 million people. I cannot lose a single one. And so I put my tail between my legs and be humble. And she said to me, and she went a little bit more detail, she says, if I look around to me, I have Malaysia next to me, 35 million people. I have South Korea, 50 million people. I have Philippines, 115 million people. I have Indonesia, 285 million. China and India, 1 billion each. I only have 6 million. I cannot lose one. And that's the world we live in. That's the level of competition in this world, right? That if you're not thinking with that level of ruthlessness about how you can't lose a single opportunity, a single advantage in this competitive world, you ain't gonna win. That's just a simple reality. And the same Singapore, if you look at it, things like this fund, right? This economic diversification and growth fund, that's bread and butter for Singapore. This is what they do, right? Singapore has, I'll pick on Senator Malu, he knows these kind of things, he might know. They have an annual prize for the leading new global headquarter of the year. If you're a global business and you switch your hub to Singapore and you're the best performing new headquarters in Singapore, they give you a cash prize for moving your business to Singapore. That's what we're competing against. So when we get a little nervous and getting wary about doing things, we not understand what the real world is like. And it's odd for me, Mr. President, because As individuals, we understand it. As kids, we understand it. I'm a little bit jealous of Miss Monroe, Senator Monroe Knight, that she's able to set up a gym in her ministry. And so my ministry doesn't yet have one, so I have some ideas to borrow. I know, right? But so I have to resort to the beach on a Saturday morning. I do at least 5 miles on a Saturday morning, and every Saturday morning I marvel that there's this guy, his name is Ivor from the Pine. He has like 20, 30 kids doing beach training on that thing. And I'm convinced every week that these kids are not coming back because the level of rigor he puts them through, burpees sideways on the sand going across, these kids are distraught at the end of this thing. He pushes them so hard, right? And very super charismatic guy. And he runs up to me and said, "You push these kids hard." He said, "Last year, I had 6 at Carifta. This year, I need 10. That's why I'm pushing them so hard." And the kids understand that. The kids understand that despite going there every single Saturday, some of them will come last in the race. Some of them not going to meet the finals. But if they don't do it, they have no chance of doing it. And that is the world that we live in. We fundamentally understand as individuals the level of competition. But I don't understand why we would think, quite frankly, that as a country, we don't have to compete. And the reality is that, in this competitive world, hard work, ingenuity, these are base ingredients to this success. You still might not succeed, but if you don't do these fundamental things, you have no chance of succeeding. Mr. President, on Wednesday, I spent my day in what's called, this, in a previous life, minor estimates, where my colleague to the left, Senator Cummins, laughed. Ministers don't tend to love estimates. I love estimates. I feel estimates is like the land of possibilities, that you have a blank sheet. I like numbers, so you have a blank sheet and you're going after things, and it's a competition because you have a fixed government budget. Everyone thinks their ministry is the most important thing. I think mine is the most important. And so you have large ones who take up large chunks of money, health, education, right? And you are competing amongst the rest with something that is so exciting, we did in such a high level of return on investment, that the Minister of Finance will change her plans and make your plans her plans. That's the competition. And I started when I started planning my session, I don't know the procedure about it, but I'm going to do it, Mr. President. You'll forgive me if I've done the wrong thing. I started by showing them this, right? This is a photo of war of the future. The war of not the future, war of the now. That drones are the #1 used weapon in the war between Russia and Ukraine. And so the guns on the battlefield not are bullets anymore, it's anti-drone guns that are using near-field technology to be able to move drones from the sky to fall to the ground before they get deployed. That's what it looks like. And I said to them, not to scare them, I said to them, we are in a new world with a new economy. So the ministry that we work for has to be a ministry for the new world and the new economy. So I fundamentally agree, oddly enough, just like Senator Morris. I find myself in this very weird position where I agree with some words that Senator Worrell said earlier today. I agree that we haven't done enough in digital development. I agree that we have to go significantly faster. We have to be significantly more pragmatic and clinical about the deployment of it. So when he was talking, actually, I said, okay, let me flip side since, we are friends and he's giving me good advice. Clearly, he's well suited to be ambassador for digital transformation. And so when we launch digital identification cards, when we launch all the range of different things, I am certain that he will be first to sign up to allocate his health records and all those things to be going over these things. So therefore, he can be ambassador for those things. Mr. President, what I described to the team, and I was hoping to get out of estimates, is a 3-part strategy, effectively, for the ministry. 1, it has to become very, very good at the core infrastructure and the expectations of the country around being an ITC service provider. And that is fundamental. You have to be able to do things solidly well. I heard Senator Monroe and I talk about HRMS. These are fundamental things that we have to get right. And I understand that, I spoke about it here before, that we have 25 years to 30 years lag in our digital development. So some of these fundamental things that are part and parcel with a 2026 reality isn't yet our reality. We have to move faster. And it's not political. We don't have to get all in a knot about these things. These are just fundamental tools of existence and running operations. And so my ministry has to become much better at that. But that's a third of the work. The other third of the work is exponential digital economy growth. And the other component of it is reindustrialization. And I'll come to reindustrialization a little bit later. But digital development means, in real terms, beyond just the formal things of email and core structures, you really have to become very, very good at advanced tools. I listened to Senator Cornell talk about precision medicines and biologics. Like, that's the state of the world, that we have an NCD epidemic. People are able to create, based on your DNA, specific medication for your specific DNA. That's not 2 years down the road, that's 2 years ago. That exists. We need to be a space where we see ourselves being on the front of such things. We do not inherently have the technology here that we've created digitally for those things. Therefore, why wouldn't we identify companies that have the capabilities to do them here for the advancement of our society and our people? It boggles the mind. Anyone would try to argue against that. These are fundamental things that have become part of the global economy. From things thinking about green building to things about autonomous mobility, all these things exist. Now, they yet don't exist here, but they will, and they must. Otherwise, we will put ourselves in a space where we become uncompetitive, and we will not grow. Now, we need to have conversations on how we do it, who we do it, why we do it, do we own it, all these things. These are fundamental things in the operations that we have to figure out. But doing it, we must. That's the reality. So, I did have a bit of, again, Mr. President, I did have a hard time. I'm trying to watch my words and be generous with my language. I did have a hard time around the conjecture. I did have a hard time understanding the expectation of a small space to be highly competitive in a global world without tactical tools that will help you make good deals, to bring good business. I genuinely have a hard time understanding what is the gap between that reality and the reality I face. Senator Cummings knows it. Senator Cummings is having conversations, and I'm not speaking on your behalf, but it's true, with all types of energy suppliers of battery, biogas, all types of wind energy, wave energy, all kind of stuff. When they understand the scale of our economy, that's an R&D lab for them. That's a small drop in the bucket. I'm not going to divert my overall plans for that small, minuscule market unless you are highly compelling, unless you have tools that makes it high levels of return on investment for me to be able to do so. It's not pulling wool over your eyes. It's that people with large amounts of options have large amounts of options. So therefore, you have to make it as competitive as possible for you to pull them your way. That is the reality of business. And so when I hear these things, I wonder if any of the persons going after it have ever done a deal. Have you ever gone to, on behalf of a major entity or your country, go in a room where someone doesn't know your name, who can't even find you on a map, and say, hey, I'm going to change my plans because you were compelled and you have something that's strong for me. That's the work that we have to do as Barbados. That's the work that the government does every single day. That's the fundamental component of what we do. And so I really do have a hard time trying to understand some of the components of the discourse. And for me, I really do want to take a moment, and I told him I would, and it's important, and us in cabinet give him a hard time, that is Minister Ryan Strawn. And because he's a good sport. And I say to him, imagine you are a villain for doing a fantastic job. And that's the nature of being a Minister of Finance. So I really want to take a moment to thank him, thank Kevin Greenwich, thank Ian Carrington, thank their teams for the work they're doing, the level of sophistication and precision in a difficult world on the basis of what they deliver on behalf of this country, to move it from a place where it was in peril to a place where unemployment is the lowest it's ever been. From moving it from no one wanting to finance a single thing you have to having options to turning back money. From a place where you can have large corporations, large entities saying, hey, we like the path of how you run this thing. We will rest large amounts of capital with you to advance your country and your cause. I really do want to give them thanks and acknowledge the work they have done. And at the same time, on the flip side, and I can do this because I spend a lot of time with them, I want to take a moment to just acknowledge, I'll do it slightly different. Senator Cummings knows this. The Honourable Don Ridge Miller is a close friend, an advisor. He's actually chair of BIDC. Hilary Beckles is a hero of mine. My first degree was in history, so I wanted to be a historian, following his path for a minute. Professor Landis is someone I speak to all the time, often. Very strong relationships with Professor Moore. Don Marshall is someone that we occasionally butt up at a barbershop and disagree with everything each other says, but we have a great rapport. And very close working relationships with Professor Cohall in medical sciences, Dean Badnock, Dion Greenwich. Very close working relationships with all of them. So what I'm about to say is not personal, it's just the truth. Each and every one of them heard me say that in this role that I have and the previous role that I held, is that I think the university, specifically CAVIL, has underachieved in its propulsion of the economic and innovation landscape of this country. I deeply believe that. I think if you look around, and if you travel, and you are speaking to investors, whether it's venture capitalists or any things of those nature, the first thing they ask you is, tell me about your innovation ecosystem. Tell me about your university. Tell me about your IP structure. Tell me about your tech transfer. Tell me about your spin-offs from university pilots. Tell me about those things. And I get a little squeamish because I can't really tell a great story. So I try to dive in. And I say, okay, well, we have some interesting things and we have some great people. I'm going to connect you to them. And the reality is, the world over, and the language was used in a recent article of indigenous innovation, I like that term, because that's the bread and butter of the things I did before, like Future Barbados, is not really from governments. Indigenous innovation comes from universities. It comes from Boston, it comes from California, it comes from Oxford, it comes from the university belt. They're the ones, your university professors are the ones that created new batteries and quantum computing and EVs and all the fancy things that we have now. This is university professors, that's what they do. They make spin-outs that do interesting things, whether it's using AI in radiology, all those kind of things. Those are fundamentally from university professors. They partner with maybe a business or startup or venture capitalist to understand how to run a business, but the core technology, the core innovation that moves humanity forward comes from academia that blends together with business. And so we have a significant gap because we don't have a pipeline of that in Barbados and the Caribbean. I'm mindful, Senator Cummings, you had a previous role that was looking at thinking of the university as more of an innovation engine, but that's the reality. Now, I could do like everybody else and bellyache about it, but I didn't do that. My two colleagues left and right could know that I go in our cabinet and I argue hard for the need for university to be a place that drives innovation forward. And so, in my previous role, I'm going to reap the benefits of it now in this role, but I started in the previous role. I went to Professor Landis, and to his credit, he agreed. I said to him, listen, we need a purpose-built engine that is designed to take real-world problems that are expensive and are global, crowding unique thoughts, minds, innovations, put resources behind it, and solve interesting problems using new technologies. We must do this. He says, I like the idea. What are you thinking? I said, great. Let's create a center. Let's get a spin-out of the Faculty of Science and Technology. We'll call it a new center for invention, knowledge, and advanced sciences. I love the name, let's do it. So, crowding in the triple helix, government with the problems, university with the minds, private capital. Senator Malou might be pleased to know one of his, I don't know if he knows this, but one of his largest clients is actually agreed to be the patron of this center. And we have a 3-year arrangement where they're going to fund some really excited postdoctoral work in all types of things. And again, one of the critiques of the bills was interesting for me as well, because they said the bill doesn't focus on specific areas as well. But you want to be opportunity agnostic. You want to be open to new inventions that you didn't previously think about. And if it suits who you are, you want to go after it. Before the beginning of this year, I wasn't thinking about autonomous flying vehicles. I wasn't. I went someplace, I saw it. I thought, this is interesting. Yeah, it's interesting for Barbados, but more importantly, what's your range? Oh, we could do 200 kilometers. Fantastic. The distance between here to St. Vincent, 170 kilometers. Have you moved from one sovereign country to another sovereign country? No. So what if I could get the civil aviation in Barbados and civil aviation in St. Vincent to do a test bed? Would you come and base out of here? Yes, we would. Let's see if we could do some business. But obviously, that has to be managed over spectrum. There's regulations involved, there's physics involved, there's all types of things involved. But it's new business, things that I've never done before. But the story makes sense for Barbados. Barbados is the most easterly island of the Atlantic Ocean. It is the former home of a Concorde flight. It's the former home of the Harp gun. There is experience around aerospace engineering and aviation, but we don't think of ourselves that way. So this bill for me, and I don't know her name, that's my only thing that I'm a little in preparing. I was trying to get her name, I didn't get it. This bill, and Senator Trim was there when it was happening. This bill is for a young lady who goes to Harrison College, who the Prime Minister was doing a town hall meeting about a month ago with school students. And I was walking in the hall at the time it had started, we were in Senate, and the Prime Minister said, come right away. And I was walking in, and as we were walking in, a young lady went to the mic and says, hey, PM, I want to be an aerospace engineer. And I'm a little concerned. I want to live in Barbados, and I can't do that from Barbados. Our Prime Minister's like, whoa. Well, you know, certain jobs you have to do elsewhere. We still going to make use of your services. Obviously, you can do things. Tell me what you do, and I speak to you. And it was a wonderful dialogue. But I told PM afterwards, frankly, I'm probably revealing a little too much. I didn't love the answer. I want the ability to have such a range of opportunities in things that we've never done before, that something like that could become possible for this young lady to work here. Exactly. We can't lose her. So can we build a program through something like this, where we have a R&D company around aerospace, ultimately seeing Barbados' opportunity because of a geographical location it has and has exploited in the past, but hasn't exploited in a long while, to then have a pipeline of some of the world's most high-in-demand skills on planet Earth, whether it's satellite deployment, whether it's aviation, all those things, huge opportunity. I don't want that answer that she got to leave. I want to have a surplus of opportunities in areas that didn't previously exist, that someone like her could do well from Barbados. And that is going to require private capital coming in, new skills coming in, new type of companies coming in, new type of academic studies coming in. It's going to require new. This bill is about the new. This bill is not about the old economy. This bill is fundamentally about the new economy. The conversations that we've been having every single year about diversification, this gives a practical, pragmatic tool to actually make that happen. This is what we've been asking for. So I'm confused again, I really am. I actually don't think it's a real thing. I really think it's just 3-4 people having a conversation with themselves. Because anyone who goes to the substance of it fundamentally understands that this is an unlocker of immeasurable potential. And, you know, I have 2 daughters. One is 14, good friends with one of Senator Nichols' daughters, and she's got a CXCs that she's chosen her final 8 subjects. And one of the ones that she chose, which I love, she chose economics, right? So I like economics quite a lot. My father was an economist, and I'm not one myself, but I like what it can unlock and what it can do. And so we have these really cool conversations. And if anyone has a teenager, you dialogue, and you learn a lot from teenagers, right? You learn a lot from modern teenagers, and they're fearless. So she's like, I don't understand how the government economy works. I don't understand this thing you're talking about, budget. How does that actually work? So I said, well, it's actually really simple. The government says at the beginning of a financial year that has a plan, series of plans, a program, and the program it projects is going to cost $5 billion in the case of this year. I said to her, well, that's the most a government program has ever cost. She says, well, why is it more? I said, well, Barbados has grown. It wants to do more things. It has more responsibilities. It has a higher vision of itself. It wants to do more things than it ever did before, therefore it needs more money. The government then explicitly says, it's right there on the cover of every budget or estimates document, how much money it projects to earn. It says it's going to make about $3 billion. That's its projection, right? And it shows you how it's intended to do that, what's its programs, what's its methods to get that done. It's very, very clear. Now, simple maths. 3 from 5 is 2. So it has a gap of about $2 billion for its plans. Now, the $2 billion is, I guess, where we have the majority of Senator Walters and the opposition and the forces disagreement with some of the government strategy. But it's very, very, very clear. It says there are things that we need to do that are going to result in exponential growth over a long period of time. And if we don't have it, it's going to inhibit our growth. We don't have the money to do it, therefore, like every single country on planet Earth, we will borrow in a highly strategic way to do the things that we need to do. However, we do not have all the capital in one cycle to do. Every single country on planet Earth, all, right? Everyone, all. And it says, hey, there are things that we will not spend the money on. We will not spend the money on things that do not return high levels of productivity and growth. We will spend the money on things that drive the economy, drive options, drive safety forward, drive actual high value forward. It says it explicitly. It sits it down. And so I understand why there may be a little bit of trepidation that you come and you hear big numbers. 2 billion is a big number in a Barbados context, yes? So when you hear 100 million for this loan, or 300 million from them, and you see them coming at a specific time, you think, what are all these loans you need? But the reality of it is this. When the government sets out its financial year in April, it tells you it needs 2 billion. There's no entity that's going to give it all 2 billion one time. It has to spend a year, whether it was negotiations that had started 2 years ago, or things that started 2 weeks ago, negotiating with financiers, getting the best rates to finance projects that it says it needs that's going to come to 2 billion. And it's fundamental. So I get the politics, but I assume the opposition senators have ambition at some time in the very, very distant future to be in charge of the Ministry of Finance. And they too, in the very, very, very distant future, will have to do this. And they will have to become good at it. Because every single Ministry of Finance on planet Earth has to do it. So when I hear the scoffing, half scoffing, not full scoffing, of $300 million loan for the QEH at 3% interest rate, I am honestly baffled. Because, I mean, that is as good a business as you can imagine yourself doing. Anywhere. It's unbelievable. Right? And so when you take a team that is able to have that level of financial savvy, that level of negotiating savvy, to be able to get those end results, you have to have a little faith in them. They've delivered. They are delivering. Are you going to agree with every single component? No. It's your right to disagree with some components and certain strategies at some points, of course. But fundamentally, the performance is there for all to see. You live it. And we could go into some more details. We could talk about, 4 foreign exchange. I listened to the conversation about foreign exchange and FX, and I find it odd that you work for an entity, in the case of Senator Walters, that is fundamentally a owner of a global brand that requires global IP, global inputs, global logos, global technology, global machinery to sell in a local market. All those things required foreign exchange, which you could not fundamentally do if your foreign exchange weren't healthy. You couldn't sell a single burger, not one, without foreign exchange. So the relationship between being a small island economy and foreign exchange is so fundamental. And that's the part I think we miss out and we lose track of. We're not Brazil, we're not Nigeria, we're not Russia, we're not the United States. We do not have a large enough domestic market and creative enough domestic activity. That means we can ignore a deep and sophisticated relationship and resilience, quite frankly, with foreign exchange. So you better be safe than sorry. So if we say, okay, well, you have too much foreign exchange, maybe we're a little frightened from where you had us in 2018. So we went to the other extreme. You had us frightened. So we put a little extra in the kitty. So we went extra cautious. Okay, maybe blame us for being a little extra cautious, but we ain't going back where we were. Because fundamentally, your relationship with foreign exchange as a small state is perilous. And I think we need to spend a little bit more time understanding that. Quite frankly, one of my only critiques of, and he's my friend, so I would say one of my critiques of Minister Sean perhaps is that, and we'll help him, Senator Cummins, I'll do a little bit more work in terms of public communications around finance, around the idea of helping a population understand the complexity of managing the economy, because certainly the opposition is doing a dreadful job of it. And so one of the things that I really want to get over the line, is that this fund is about ambition. This fund is about taking the economy and taking the job profile and taking the ability to create work and opportunities that this country hasn't seen before and making it real. This is fundamentally what this is about. The last part I really want to drill down on, Mr. President, is, again, I spoke a little bit about it before, an area that's personally deeply interesting to me is the idea of indigenous innovation. There's a project Mr. Monroe Knight and Senator King do it exceptionally well, called Reclaiming Our Atlantic Destiny. And Barbados is the repository of the second largest holding of British transatlantic slave records. So tens of millions of records exist. And we've held it for a very long period of time. In some instances, they haven't been locked out of a vault for 70 years. You know some of the story. Part of the story that you perhaps hasn't been fully told to the public is that in converting those pages to high quality data is the most deeply technological and sophisticated thing that I think is going on in Barbados right now. We've taken 120 people who had never before worked in archival records. Few of them actually worked in deep tech. And we've taken hairdressers and made them conservators. We've taken eyelash techs and then turned them into paper-based records. We've taken photographers and turned them into these incredible tools that are turning pages that are hundreds of years old to the most high-quality image that you can possibly have on planet Earth. There's a room, about 20, I call them kids, right? They're probably under 35. who are just building IP all day long with solving problems in knowledge graphs, doing all types of different things. We take so much joy out of inviting people from the Smithsonian's, the British Museum. Last week we had the president of the United Negro Fund here, and he raised $2 billion for the African American Museum in Washington. And when he walked in the room and he saw 120 people working on this thing, who were formally trained over 3 to 6 months, he said, this doesn't exist anywhere else on planet Earth. He says, you know you have, this is worth billions of dollars, what you unlocked. And I said, I know, that's why we're doing it. And so we are creating a level of indigenous innovation that is one of one from here. Now we have these big stories, but we also have obviously individual elements of innovation all the time, right? Fantastic small companies doing interesting things. When there's Wyndham Coffee, where there's native candles. I wore my monumental watch today, all right? Darnell Greenwich. And I had a little banter with the parliamentary clerk a couple of weeks ago when Darnell Greenwich was on property. And I was wearing a different watch at the time, and he's like, man, don't talk to him, he don't wear your brand. And Darnell had to correct him and say, well, this man might have bought the most they have ever been. In fact, yeah, of course I know you have your Senator King. In fact, this watch, which is intriguing, this one specifically, we put him in an incubator program with Export Barbados and the Rajasthan Royals, and he designed a watch specifically for the Indian market. And so this watch, yeah, India, yeah, of course, we're going global. So this watch specifically was designed for the Indian market. So he's selling in India. So we are proponents, supporters, drivers of indigenous innovation and indigenous business. We have, and I don't want to take Mr. Cummins' fund and talk about trust loans or any of those things. She will do that. The tens and tens of millions of dollars invested in that. And anyone who's run a business, I used to run a business for 10 years, knows that what you like the most as a small business is a bigger business buying your service. That's one of the sweetest things in the world, that you have a company that is doing well and well enough that a larger company is going to buy your services. That's what you love. Small businesses love larger businesses. This notion of small businesses being acrimonious to larger business is not true. But we all know that. People have business, you want to have services provided to you, whether it's technology services, whether it's catering services, driving services, plumbing services, whatever services, house building services, whatever you want. You want services provided to larger businesses. That's what you want. That's the sweetest thing in the world. That allows you to be sustainable. So this thing about, small business is not like large business, that's not true. Anyone who runs a business knows that. That's not true. But at the same time, while you have this indigenous innovation, this drive towards it, there's no doubt that because of the scale and susceptibility of small economies, you have to have a relationship with global business. You have to be good at it. This is not new. This is not revolutionary. Sir Arthur Lewis wrote this in 1949. 1949. He never named it himself. Somebody else called it. They termed it industrialization by innovation. He never used those words himself. But fundamentally, what was it? The same thing that we have a suite of policies that ultimately drive high quality skills, capital, machinery towards small markets to make small markets be producers of things that are highly valuable. He wrote that 77 years ago. So again, these things are fundamental to small spaces, and that's what our competitors are doing. So I am super pleased that over the last couple of years, we have things that we've never had before. We have a video game company in Harbor Road that hires 200 young people to test video games. We never had that before. Should we not do it because it was not a Barbados company to start, but it hires 200 Barbadians. We're bringing the leading biotech company out of Germany, to launch from Barbados a global call to create advanced technologies and biologics related to persons of African descent with NCDs. They're going to be crowding in high velocity skills. I met this young lady at UWI's graduation a few weeks ago. She's going to do medical physics. I said, medical physics? She says, yeah, because we got a linear accelerator now. I want to come back to make sure what's the next wave of machinery we're going to do. I can never imagine myself then. I thought I had to stay in Scotland. I'm so excited. You're going to be having companies, again, related to my portfolio, that are going to do fascinating things in deep technology that's never been done here before. Sovereign clouds, open API, open data sets, cloud compute, compute on the edge. These are things that we didn't conceive of, but we're going to utilize their immense skills to solve problems and create opportunities that have never been created before. Senator Walters made this point I agree with, that 6% unemployment still means that they have 6% of people that are unemployed. I agree. I want it to be zero. I want you to have a surplus of opportunities, that you are looking around for skills to fill incredible opportunities. And the only way you're going to do that is if you do new things. And countries have to put skin in the game to be able to do things. No one's going to give you anything if you don't put skin in the game. That's not how it works. You have to put in effort. You have to show resolve. What are you doing to make this a reality? How are you making this attractive for me? Because I can go anywhere. And that's the world. Mr. President, this bill isn't about talk. This bill isn't all this. I don't know. I don't know where this went off kilter, but the bill is absolutely clear and absolutely tactical and absolutely specific in terms of what it's trying to achieve. I'm not going to read all of it, Mr. President, and I don't know if you want me to submit it to the chamber, but there was a post written by the CEO of BIDC, Mark Hill, when some of the public debate about this came out. And I just want to read a couple parts of it.
Please be prepared to make a document of the House if you're going to quote from it, please.
No problem, I will do.
And I'll give the general heading, title, whatever, so that the clerk will be able to make reference to it in the record in due course.
No problem. The heading of it was Reindustrialization Requires Capital. It says, private capital alone cannot facilitate building new industries and the future economy. This is not political narrative. It is the fundamentals of growth. You get out what you put in. You can only shape direction if you have skin in the game. Let us not let history repeat itself. Therefore, we are going to rebuild industry with pride. Barbados needs an economic diversification fund. For more than 30 years, Barbados has been quietly deindustrializing. We do not lose our intelligence. We did not lose our work ethic. We lost our productive capacity. Factories became warehouses. Workshops became offices. Young people were trained to serve an economy that no longer makes enough things. Today, if we are serious about rebuilding Barbados, we must be honest. Reindustrialization is not just a slogan. It's a capital-intensive national project. This is why the Economic Diversification and Growth Fund matters. Reindustrialization is how nations grow strong, and that growth must be funded. Every country that's lifted wages, created real opportunity, protected its people from global shocks, has done so by building industry, modern industry, clean industry, scientific industry. Industry creates skilled, well-paid jobs, earns foreign exchange, reduces imports, lowers the cost of living, builds assets that stays in the country, gives young people a future that they can see and touch. Reindustrialization is not about going backwards. It's about building the future properly. Therefore, it cannot be left to the market alone. I mean, I wish I wrote it. it is fundamental to the thinking and the ethos behind this bill. Mr. President, I am in full support of the bill. I think it is fundamental and clear what its objectives are, and therefore, I commend the bill to this House and beg that it be read a second time.
Senator Walters.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon to all fellow senators. Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. I wish, and I know that the government side is anticipating some rigorous debate, given the debate outside of this chamber. Well, not feeling 100%, Mr. President, I'll try my best to get over my points. So maybe a little more passive than usual. But Mr. President, the month of December is our Christmas season. We celebrate Christmas. Usually, the color of Christmas is red and white. The color of the Barbados Labour Party is red, predominantly. And today, the government is coming to give a gift, but a gift not to the people of Barbados, in my opinion, Mr. President, but to foreign wealthy business owners who will be gifted hundreds of millions of dollars out of the Treasury. So today I do not seek to talk about Clause 2 and Clause 3, and if the bill lacks clear definitions, if it is poorly drafted, if it has insufficient guardrails, or there's an absence of ministerial oversight. It is simply wrong for Barbados at this stage to give away taxpayers' money in this way. It is simply wrong that the government will seek to use money directly from the state to entice foreign persons who should have capital to invest in businesses here locally. When the government seeks, Mr. President, to move, in the first instance, because it always starts like this. It always starts with a smallish number. In this case, it's a little bigger number. But when a government seeks to move $250 million of cash, what are the taxpayers and the citizens expected to do as a result of those cash not being available to it? The government is gambling. Yes, Mr. President, I call it a gamble. When you give cash up front and hope for something to happen down the road, it's a gamble. The money goes out first, the outcome is uncertain, the high risk of total loss, there's high risk of total loss, and once that payment is made, there's no control after that. Success or reward is not guaranteed. Mr. President, if someone put their rent money in a horse race because the odds look good, we will call that reckless. That is exactly what this government is planning to do. Bet taxpayers' money on private business success with no certainty of return. And for a very long time, governments, successive governments, even this government, has used different models to incentivize persons to invest in Barbados. Because for a very long time, this country has had a debate about diversification, how we earn foreign exchange as a country, how we provide jobs for our people, and how we grow the economy. So I don't think that the persons that are discussing this inside this chamber and outside this chamber who are thinking contrary to the government, it does not recognize those critical elements of our society. But it is how it is being done that is the issue, Mr. President. But traditionally, different incentive models have been used to attract foreign business so that we can earn foreign exchange, so that we can provide quality jobs, and so that we can provide sustainable economic growth. But the approach largely were concessions. And it's not a perfect model. Based on what Senator Reid said, is an old model. Is it outdated? Is there still a place for it? That is not for me to answer. But I'm here to lay straight that with that model, a few things would happen, Mr. President. The government at the time would identify opportunities for investment, or a company might identify an opportunity in Barbados. And once the government was satisfied that they will provide quality jobs, that they will bring in foreign direct investment, and they have a long-term positive economic impact, there was some offer on the table to accommodate those persons. And that was largely done by tax rebates, waivers in taxes, things that will not cost the government directly, but it will still make sure that those businesses were able to exist, come into Barbados, were able to set up, were able to provide those jobs, was able to have that economic sustained growth in the economy over a long period of time, Mr. President. That model does not require the government to give significant cash outlays. It does not require the government to use our foreign exchange. It does not encourage it does not encourage companies to take up the money and run with it, but encourage sustainable activity, because a company that puts skin in the game will have something to stay here for, because they will want to make a return over time. They will want to recoup their investment. So in the past, different governments would have accommodated businesses who brought foreign direct investment in the country, who brought jobs into the country, and who, many of them are still here today, and there are successful companies paying their way, Mr. President. So the fundamental issue is the approach this government is seemingly taking to take up money, to send to companies or to put into companies so that they can do almost the same thing that is currently being done. What does this do, Mr. President? This attracts opportunistic behavior, because once the word gets out, those persons that are looking for this opportunity to get access to money to start and fund their business will come to Barbados. It does not encourage investment or significant investment. It actually does the opposite, because based on what is being said, the government will be spending money and not receiving money. And will they spend foreign exchange? Will they spend local dollars? Mr. President, we do not know if the profits will shift to other jurisdictions after success or during the course of business activity. There are a lot of unanswered questions that puts doubt into financing and funding businesses in this way. I heard Senator Reid talk about tech transfer, spoke about solving global problems. I think we're on the same page, and most are on the same page when we talk about diversification of our economy, not relying fully on tourism for foreign exchange. We see the volatility of the international business sector over time. So that is not the concern. The concern is, how are you going to get the result you want without dipping your hands in the kitty so to speak, Mr. President. But we have a businessman in here. We actually have a realtor in here, Mr. President. And imagine you were a realtor.
Just some guidance. Dipping your hand in the kitty is a colloquial expression, which tends to have more of a negative than a positive interpretation. And I take it that you are speaking about how do you get the result of having to spend your own cash up front. And I would rather you withdraw the dipping hand in the kitty and say what you intend to say, so that there's the avoidance of that. I know you don't intend to mean anything, but certainly for the purity of the record, I think it would help.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be guided by you. And yes, Mr. President, how can we achieve similar results, better results, open up those new opportunities without using taxpayers' funds that will be used for other things or should be put to other uses, as I will come to later in my presentation. But imagine you're a realtor. You're in the business of selling, renting properties, Mr. President. Business is slow, low, moderate. But would you give a client, your client, a cash grant and tell them to go and build a property so that you could rent it out or sell it for commission? You wouldn't do that, Mr. President. What you would do, Mr. President, is that you will market the property, Mr. President. You may reduce your commission if you could, and you would get paid after the transaction is successful. There's no rocket science about it, Mr. President. This is how Barbados feels, Mr. President. Mr. President, we're talking business today, and I know that you're fully steeped in business, Mr. President. Imagine you, Mr. President, constructed a beautiful shopping complex, mall, biggest mall in Barbados, modern, everything that we want in the mall in 2026 and 2027. But would you give a new store cash up front so that they can increase their foot traffic? The answer is no, Mr. President. The answer, Mr. President, is that you would probably give a rent-free period. You might give reduced rent initially. You might give some allowance to fit out the space, etc. Because when the mall only earns if the store opens and operates. Mr. President, if we bring it home and it's Christmas time, people are in and out of the retail stores, buying fridges, stoves, furniture. But you think a retail store would give them cash up front so that they could go and shop in another store? Mr. President, no. They would get a period with no payments, zero interest maybe for 3 months, discounted prices, deferred payments. Mr. President, in real life, you grow by attracting customers with discounts, rent-free periods, deferred payments, not with cash discounts, not with giving people cash. For governments, Mr. President, you incentivize businesses to come locally, traditionally, tax holidays, reduced taxes, allowances and rebates and the like. But you also train your people, develop skills. We have an issue now, Mr. President, where we have a construction boom, and they're saying we don't have the skill sets in Barbados to facilitate the construction boom. So there are other things that need to be done to prepare ourselves to be competitive. But it does not include taking $225 million out of the Treasury, Mr. President, to give to foreign investors to come and set up businesses here, regardless of how innovative their products or services will be, Mr. President. It sends a bad signal to the world. it sends a bad signal to the local market here, Mr. President. So there's a big difference between foregoing revenue and giving away taxpayers' money that is already earned and sitting, waiting to be used to the benefit of the country. And from time to time, the members of the Senate on the government side, they kind of use their words smartly to make the public believe that we're against a lot of development. Like I heard the comment that we suggested that we are against the loan to do the extension of the hospital. Well, we supported the loan, Mr. President, but we spoke about the misuse and mismanagement of funds from this government, Mr. President. But what could $225 million do in Barbados today? And this is the money earned by the taxpayers, Mr. President. This is not money coming out of a surplus. Because if there was a surplus, Mr. President, we would not have been in this chamber on Monday borrowing $100 million for social services support. So the mass is not adding up. As they always say, Mr. President, the government believes that they can tell the public of Barbados anything and that they will swallow it. But the proof is in the pudding. Mr. President, what could we do with $225 million in Barbados? We have 2 medical doctors here who speak extensively about the hospital. We can improve that facility, Mr. President. We can do some of the same things that Senator Reid spoke about, Mr. President. Mr. President, the conditions of our schools is something that we cannot hold our heads up high today. And I remember just a few months ago, Mr. President, even in St. Michael Northwest, in Dickens Primary, those children had to be pulled from school at least on 3 different occasions within 2 weeks because of the state of the school. But you are not hearing in this chamber that we want to use our hard-earned tax dollars to fix these issues, to solve these problems, to make our citizens a priority, to improve our social services, to improve our infrastructure in education. Mr. President, there's still largely a lot of complaints about garbage collection. But one of the things that bothers me is the state of our housing estates across Barbados. And not only the state of the housing estates, Mr. President, it is the fact that the government abandoned these housing estates, and have removed all the depots that traditionally supported these housing estates. And that tenants now, Mr. President, are forced to do remedial work themselves, bring in private contractors and artisans themselves, because no money is allocated to supporting the housing estates in this country. But yet we have $225 million here to gamble away, to risk, to give some foreign entity to come to Barbados with the hopes that they provide jobs, and I did not see the word quality jobs, that they provide jobs, and that they bring in some level of foreign exchange down the road, and that they continue to allow the economy to grow. Mr. President, all of this request is coming at a time where the government is seeking to divest our transport board. Mr. President, to sell it off. Commuters are at risk to be stranded at night, Mr. President. Commuters are left at risk for higher rates to catch the bus, Mr. President. We have a situation where everyone is complaining about the level of borrowing of this government. The level of borrowing is a concern. The debt is going nowhere, Mr. President. because after the restructuring, the debt was at about just over $12 billion, and it's almost close to $15 billion as of September, Mr. President. So we're spiraling, going around in circles. Persons are concerned with these issues, and this government is planning now to, instead of utilize the funds appropriately to deal with these critical issues, working and using with existing funds and infrastructure to bring in foreign direct investment to the country. There's already a framework. There's already Investment Development Corporation. There's already Invest Barbados. There are already systems in place that we can be innovative with those, and that they can find ways that does not include taking out money and giving to a foreign investor who you do not know will deliver or not. Mr. President, I have listened over the years, and especially around Christmas, and I heard it again recently from the church, that there are more and more persons who are asking for assistance. They need care packages. They need vouchers. Barbados is not in a good place. We don't like to use the word poor, but there are a lot of poor people who are getting poorer, Mr. President. We're not hearing about this money or some of this money being channeled to the welfare department. We're not hearing about this, Mr. President. And this is VAT that has been collected, Mr. President, income tax that has been collected, Mr. President, from the same people that need the support. Cost of living is a burning issue. The government has not reduced the VAT like they promised. And I heard them in here earlier, promised, delivered, and all that political talk. Promise made, promise delivered. But Mr. President, these are the critical issues because cost of living is a burning issue. Inflation was rampant, especially in the first 5 years of this government coming to office. And the government refused and continues to refuse to reduce value-added tax from 17.5% down to 15% as they promised. We're not here utilizing a subsidy like this to reduce the price at the pump, Mr. President. And we all know what happened over the last 2.5 years, where the government refused to lower prices at the pump, although the price internationally significantly came down. We are not seeing this type of interventions from this government. Interventions that would touch the pockets and the households of every citizen in this country. But they're speaking now of taking up the people's money and using it in this manner. So, as I said, Mr. President, it is not about the different clauses and sections in the bill. We think this bill should not be even tabled, Mr. President, in this way. We should not be discussing on the eve of Christmas allocating $225 million from the Treasury for this initiative of financing foreign investment. Mr. President, I don't think Barbadians were happy when our land was given away free to a foreign entity. There was a lot of outcry. I don't think now, reflecting, there didn't seem to be enough outcry because this government now is now upping their game. It moves from land to hundreds of millions of dollars to start, Mr. President.
Every 3 years.
And this is not acceptable. And we talk a lot about diversifying the economy. We speak a lot about working with small businesses that was said earlier. But this is the same government who just a few weeks or months ago attacked small businesses in the tourism sector through Airbnb, Mr. President, who now have a lot of them reeling to become compliant or even closing so that they will not be fined those heavy fines if they're not compliant with the laws that this government passed to restrict their activity in favor of the big hotels that are now being constructed across this country. Mr. President, the government is wrong for wanting to utilize the resources of the state in this way. We had a situation a few years ago where the government moved away from small contractors to bring in steel frame homes from China. That cost taxpayers $54 million minimum for that failed project. The government also decided to move away from small contractors and artisans to import prefabricated houses, wooden houses from Guyana, Mr. President. You see where I'm going, Mr. President? That everywhere you turn, this government is disadvantaging its citizens and looking outside for foreign people to do the work that we can do here in this country. And in all instances, they have wasted significant amounts of money. And my last tally, Mr. President, was around $75 million at that stage between the steel frame homes and the houses that were imported from Guyana. And if the government continues on that trajectory, it will cost taxpayers at least $50 million more if they construct the homes that they plan to construct using those methods. Wastage. But not only wastage, but I am sharing with the chamber how this government has pivoted away from local expertise, from driving small business, from improving our skills and labor. No wonder there's a deficit of skills in construction, because you have turned our construction industry into an assembly team, a team that will receive imported products and just put them together. Houses that already assembled, and now you just got to connect petitions, Mr. President. In Barbados, we have a reputation of building quality homes. But this government has moved away from the things that have built this economy and built our people. The question of diversification is one that the country has been having for a very long time. What are the new industries? How will we get new sources of foreign exchange? How will we find new jobs for our people? Mr. President, one thing about this government is that it has tabled so many initiatives over the last few years that were supposed to deal with diversification and growth. One just needs to go back to the budget presentations and you'll be inundated with all of the data that shows that this government talks the talk, but it stops there. Mr. President, we were told that the renewable energy sector was where we were going to be moving for diversification. They messed it up, Mr. President. Because for some reason, this government does not believe in slow to medium pace. They believe everything is a 100-meter sprint, Mr. President. They don't believe that you can get from the start of a 100-meter race to the bottom of the finish line in 15 seconds. They think that everybody has to do it in 10 seconds flat. So they're going fast but going nowhere. Because one of the major projects that was supposed to help diversify this economy, save foreign exchange, increase jobs, and bring in foreign direct investment was the renewable energy sector. And we have the Minister of Energy in this chamber. But they have failed with this project, so much so that they had to end up bailing out persons that participated in the renewable energy thrust that they promoted, Mr. President. So much so that funds had to be allocated for those persons who invested, again, hundreds of millions of dollars in a sector that it was told that it would be the next best thing for Barbados. And now they had to put those resources for these persons to access financing so that they could transition from the banks who had been charging them interest although they were not earning an income. But the government had to intervene with the backing of taxpayers. So we get the diversification conversation. We understand that we need to tap into new sources, new industries. We understand that we need to continue to create jobs, quality jobs, not just jobs, not minimum wage jobs. But we also have to understand that we have to do what we have to do as a country to develop our people. Make them upskill our people, Mr. President. Strengthen what we currently have. But for sure, Mr. President, we cannot incentivize this small economy with our debt profile, with our fiscal position. We cannot incentivize businesses to come to Barbados in this way. It is reckless, Mr. President. Mr. President, there's also the fact that a lot of people are not trusting this government because of how they do things. And they're asking the question, is there something behind this bill that we're not seeing? Are there investors already lined up for a share of the pie? Who are these investors and who are associated with them? These are questions that are being asked. And when you get bills coming to the chamber in this way, who could doubt them, Mr. President? No discourse. Not a press conference to say, listen to Barbados, this is what we intend to do. This is what how we intend to grow the economy. This is how we think that we need to go to get new business in this country. But rushed legislation through the Parliament, and Bajans have a lot of doubts about the authenticity of this bill. Mr. President, if a business model only works when taxpayers write checks, then it does not work. How we have to get people to want to come to Barbados, and then we work with them. I would imagine, Mr. President, that the next mission that Senator Reid goes on, that he would invite some persons to come to Barbados to invest in Barbados without having to write a check, Mr. President. Because if we're punching above our weight, so the government says, then it should not be that difficult. Because, Mr. President, the bill assumes that businesses must be financially propped up by the state. But that's not how viable economies function, Mr. President. Capital comes seeking opportunity, Mr. President. Capital comes to seek opportunity. And the state provides the infrastructure, the stability, and the skills to meet that opportunity. And the investor bears the commercial risk, not the state. If you promise jobs on foreign exchange, the taxpayer will capitalize you. That is what this government is saying. That is what this bill is saying. Not if you bring capital, we are going to provide the infrastructure, the stability, and the skills. It is saying, we promise you jobs, foreign exchange, so we're going to capitalize your business. That is the reverse, Mr. President. Mr. President, I spoke about welfare and the fact that there are a lot of persons in need in Barbados. Are we saying now that we are moving from citizen welfare to corporate welfare, where we then have to give businesses checks for them to come to Barbados, for them to come and operate and run a business? What has happened to our attractiveness as a destination outside of writing a check, Mr. President? Mr. President, when we move to corporate welfare, we are not investing in companies, we are subsidizing them. They're not the same thing, Mr. President. We are subsidizing these companies. And although the government will want you to believe that it is an investment fund, it really is not an investment fund. Because what does an investment look like? It looks like equity and ownership, returns on your investment, risk sharing and exit mechanisms. But what this government is proposing today, Mr. President, is cash payments, no ownership, no guaranteed return, and no upside that is guaranteed for the public. That is not investment, Mr. President. That is corporate welfare. So, Mr. President, the issue is not whether this government has produced something that needs some amendments. It is not about the guardrails cannot be fixed. But the guardrails that have been asked in the public domain cannot fix a fundamentally bad model. The issue here is whether we should be doing this at all in this way. It doesn't matter, Mr. President. You can publish every agreement. You can audit every cent. You can table reports in Parliament. But transparency cannot redeem a policy that is wrong in principle. In principle, Mr. President. Mr. President, paying companies to locate here signals some level of weakness as well. It doesn't say that we are strong and mighty. And there's some things that because the whole world is doing it, doesn't mean that we have to do it in that way. Our economy is structured differently. So I don't think that this is something that we can gloat about. And I heard, and I keep hearing in this chamber, that we have to turn back investors when we issue the bond. And obviously you got to turn back an investor if you're getting a sweet deal, Mr. President. Who doesn't want a sweet deal? Mr. President, we are fundamentally against how this government wants to proceed in attracting business to this country. A job that exists because only the state is paying for it is a temporary job, Mr. President. A job that exists only because the state is paying for it is not a job. It is a temporary arrangement. And the job that is tied to subsidies as long as the subsidies last is not good, because the jobs go away just as fast as the benefits go away. So, Mr. President, we hear a lot of talk about foreign exchange. And the minister has not said how this bill that they're proposing will work, seeing that the government is actually supporting the entry of these businesses into the market with cash. How do you then get the foreign direct investment that you want? We have on the books as of September, I think there were about 30 weeks of cover, foreign exchange cover. 2 years ago, that was about 40 weeks. 2 years ago, I think that was about 40 weeks of cover. It is something that needs to be managed. It is something that is under threat every day because of the fact that we import so much. It is under threat as well, Mr. President, even in this construction boom, which, Mr. President, when you look around and you realize who is building or who is behind the building boom, there are a lot of local companies. And maybe they are financing their projects locally and not bringing in foreign direct investment, but utilizing foreign exchange in their projects. So this foreign exchange conversation needs to be handled very carefully. And I did not mention yet the fact that our foreign exchange position is what it is today because we have borrowed to put it in that position. It didn't get there from growth. It didn't get there from foreign direct investment alone. It is largely borrowed money on the backs again of taxpayers who have to repay the debt and who have to repay interest payments every year. So the question is, if you are defending this bill, what is the mechanism to ensure that you earn foreign direct investment, Mr. President, given what I have just said? Now, as I close, Mr. President, the Consolidated Fund is not a venture capital fund. It is not. This is not how responsible state treat taxpayers' money. Public funds exist for purposes, and that is to serve the people. Should finance hospitals, schools, infrastructure, national resilience, not business expansion plans and corporate balance sheets, Mr. President. That is not the way to go. The Consolidated Fund is not a venture capital fund. This government seems to be panicking for some reason, because one day the message is that we are growing annually. We have healthy reserves. We have the lowest unemployment. But on the other side, you are seeing this panic, this desperation, this haste to get things done, and largely the things that they want to do make no sense. So something is uncomfortable with this government's behavior. On one hand, everything is good. On one hand, we are a leading destination in tourism. On one hand, we have 30 weeks of foreign exchange. On one hand, we have 6% unemployment. On one hand, our foreign direct investment is growing. On one hand, our debt to GDP is down, so we have fiscal space to borrow in case of emergency. On the one hand, we have debt clauses now that will allow us not to do payments, have to make payments during a natural disaster, Mr. President. These are all the mouthings of this government signaling to Barbados that the economy is going in the right direction.
But yet, there is this panic and this haste to bring such legislation to this Parliament. And in this case, to utilize taxpayers' money to entice and lure business people here to do business here in this country. It is not right. We are not supporting this bill at all. We do not want to go through the bill to talk about strengthening the ministerial oversight or anything like that. We are saying, in principle, this is fundamentally misdirected. And I get Senator Rees' passion for innovation. He talks it, seems to understand it, but find another way to finance it. Find another way to finance it. If you were saying to this chamber that you are going to use $225 million to take business people from this country and carry them outside to set up businesses, to set up new industries so that we can get those funds, those profits repatriated to our country, we can understand something like that. We can have that discussion. We can have that discussion about empowering our people, still earning foreign exchange, using our resources on our people to build our country and to build capacity. We can have that discussion. If you are saying that you are going to strengthen our existing ministries or existing bodies that deal with export, you're going to expand our export potential. You're going to invest more money annually to make sure that we can export more. We could have that discussion. If you were saying to us that you're going to put more emphasis in agriculture, that will reduce our importation of fruits and vegetables and food, we could have that conversation. But we cannot sit here and have a conversation with this bill to discuss the context of this bill that is principally flawed. Mr. President, I don't know if this government is intentionally bringing these types of legislation to this Parliament. I don't know. But it seems very intentional that you would bring this legislation at this time, knowing full well that the public might not react to it in a positive way. So I am still baffled at the intentions of this government, especially when it relates to this bill. This bill, Mr. President, is broken at the center. No amount of amendments can correct a policy that asks taxpayers to capitalize private business. That is not diversification. That is not development. And it is not acceptable. The bill should be rejected in its entirety, Mr. President. And with those few words, I'm obliged.
Thank you, Senator Walters. Senator Maldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sometimes, in fact, all times for me, it's great to be an independent senator. I get to agree, but not for agreement's sake. And I get to object, not for objection's sake. I have an opinion. It's my opinion, my own. And that's what you will get again today, sir, from me. My opinion only. But before I could get to my opinion, today, and even a week ago, my WhatsApp, email, and everything else was absolutely flooded with videos I had to watch and audio files I had to listen to and everything. And sir, as you know, earlier this week I mentioned that I came from a very long trip to return here by late Saturday to get here on Monday. And I had 26 hours actually traveling, and I was able to read at length and study and think about what was all of this furor about. And I couldn't understand the disconnect at first between what I read in this bill and what was in the videos, the audio files, the emails, telephone calls, all these things that were coming to me. So, sir, I am going to spend a little bit more time maybe than Senator Walters on some of the specifics of this. But before I go there, I wish to declare my hand, if you haven't already realized it, that in the amendment that came out, I think last Friday, where the Barbados National Growth Council was added as one of the consultative bodies that the Minister is required to get an opinion from and to listen to, I am a member of the Barbados National Growth Council, which is now added through the amendment which was circulated on Friday last. So with that declaration, if that is in any way causes anyone any concern or thinks that I have a bias, you now know that I'm the one who mentioned it. So I sit on that committee. So I'm going to also make my comments within the context of accepting fully the commitment that the Prime Minister made in that other place in the wrap-up to the debate on this bill, wherein it was said that an amendment would be brought which will require the Minister responsible for this, that if that Minister shall act against the recommendation of either of the councils, it must be laid in Parliament and explained in its fully. That is a landmark, actually, piece of transparency, if in fact it does come here. And I am trusting that it will come. And for the Minister who has led this debate here today, I say, bring it by March at the latest, but I'm looking for it in January. It's a very small amendment and we need it immediately. So let me now deal with the bill itself. The specifics have been covered by the Minister who has introduced it, but I want to look at it and really understand, because it seems to me, sir, that a lot of people have misunderstood what this bill is really about. Maybe I can give a different perspective. And sorry, you may see me from time to time refer to my notes, and I hope I will have your permission to do so. I'm not sure who was the original person who made this comment, but I attribute it to Charlie Munger, one of the original founders of Berkshire Hathaway, who passed last year or two ago. And he would say, price is what you pay, value is what you get. Don't know who originally said that. But recently I thought it very interesting, that the Minister responsible for education decided to share with parents who are getting a free education for their children what the cost of that education might be. And that seemed to fit very well with me. I like that. It wasn't that they were sending them a bill, but what is free is often not valued. When we get things for free, we don't put any value on it. You need to understand what these things cost. Again, I like that principle a lot. Let us really understand what things are costing us, and let's hold people accountable, to what it is that they're meant to deliver. Because at the end of the day, the government of Barbados, and the government anywhere around the world, it seems, or some places it might be slightly different, places with sovereign wealth funds and where they can pump oil out of the ground and so on and get money is different. But in Barbados, the government only operates on the money that we, the taxpayers, pay to them. So that's the price we pay. Value is what we want. And we have a right to hold you accountable for what you're to deliver to us. Sometimes I think some people have, what I was told today, is an allergic reaction to execution. I rather like that today, because sometimes it seems that we have all the greatest plans in the world, but we can never execute. So I will remember that, and I hope the person who told it to me earlier today is listening, because I said I would repeat it. An allergic reaction to execution. Cost, sir, is what you pay. Value is what you get. So I have tried to apply my mind to what really is this bill about. So to do that, I first really had to understand the situation that we find ourselves in today. A small island state, when I was a lad growing up, fields and hills beyond recall were full of sugarcane, and we were selling this gold out of the island and earning lots of foreign exchange, and people were employed in back-breaking work in the fields. I understand that. It was mechanized while I was still a little lad as well. But we had a booming sugar industry, which has been taken away from us. We can't compete with the large places in the world. There was a manufacturing industry. I remember seeing hockey sticks. At one time, we made most of the ice hockey sticks in the world were made here in Barbados. There was all kinds of industrial development things going on. The Wildy Industrial Park, the Newton Industrial Park. There were all kinds of things with small manufacturing going on. None of that, all that is gone. We don't have big swaths of agriculture land that we can compete with anyone. Remember the Intel plant? Remember we had that? Now a shopping mall today. We lost that one too. What do we have left? Tourism, offshore business. Tourism is under threat within things that we've talked about that we are foisted on ourselves, safety, security, so on. But it is also under threat by the changes in the global climate, which whether you want to believe is 100% man-made or 100% just changes that happen or somewhere in between, the reality is that storms are stronger, rainfall is heavier, the sun is hotter where it's hot, it's colder where it is cold, any way you look at it. So the reality is that when I look at little Barbados today, much of what our future has got to be based on and what we are fighting to do. As I say, the agriculture is gone, the industry is gone. Where do we compete? And everywhere we turn, there are powers that be that seem to want to shut us down. And that is what I want to speak to. That is what I think this bill is really about, sir. This is what this bill is really about. Is it reasonable that small countries like ourselves who chose 20, 30 years ago to enter into the low-tax jurisdictions and try to create an offshore business place, is it reasonable that the large countries go after us as these things are anti-competitive? They can get together and make all kinds of rules that we have to live by. And I will call that today the asymmetry of power. Those large countries, they control market access. They influence the global rule setting, all of those bodies we've heard about in here. They impose blacklists, sanctions, withholding taxes. They go after for anti-tax competitiveness. You name it, it happens. It's an asymmetry of power. We have no choice. We have to play by the rules that they set. It's a wider injustice in the international tax regime. It's not a whole lot we can do about it. But just remember that there's also selective enforcement. Because while it might be enforced against us, I heard the minister mention earlier Singapore. I could add to that Luxembourg, Switzerland, Malta, Cyprus, Cayman, Bermuda, BVI. They're not on any blacklist, grey list, or any other type of list. I heard my good friend and Senator Walters, speak of subsidies. You know, if we tried to do subsidies, how much trouble we would get into. But you know, one of the biggest subsidies programs in the world is the US farm subsidy. $30 billion on average per year that they can do. Imagine, sir, if we were to offer Amazon to set up a data center in Barbados and we said to them, man, we're going to give you whatever employment things you need and we're going to pay for the factory for yourself and you would never have to pay tax here at all, zero tax, but all these different things. We would be blacklisted immediately. But pick up The Economist any week you want and see how within the United States themselves, they argue between the states as to who's going to give each other the better tax regime to attract the Googles, the Apples, the whoever it might be. But we can't do that, sir, because we are outside of that. So what are we left with? We have to play by the rules. What people see, I believe, in Barbados is that they see a good workforce with a good work ethic. They see that this is a great place to live. And with the right conditions, they would set up and they would operate from here. And it kind of works pretty well, middle of the time zones met between the west coast of the US and Europe. But sir, I want to go back to what I started out by saying about price is what you pay and value is what you get. I know what the price is here. It's $225 million, $75 million per year for 3 years. That's the price we're going to pay. I know that. On the other hand, sir, I'd like to refer Senator Walters to November the 5th, 2013, in the letter signed by the then Minister of Finance. I won't call the name of the one single company that this letter was addressed to, but that single letter probably is in the hundreds of millions of dollars of value we gave up. 25-year tax holiday on imports and local purchases for the project. Exemption from all import duties, taxes, including VAT, imposts and levies. Capital goods and building materials, hotel equipment, furniture, fixtures, fittings, construction machinery, boats, watercraft, vehicles, consumables, operating supplies, stationery, spare parts, food and beverages, VAT exemption on certain services, specifically VAT on services directly related to construction work, cyclical reimbursement, maintaining of brand standards, reduced taxes after the first 25 years for a further 15 years. I have no idea, sir, what that cost this country. Now, I do know we got a hotel out of it, and we got some employment and so on. But I just said to you, I just want to match the two things. I don't know what that cost was. So when we object to the $75 million per year for 3 years, but we accept this for 40 years, I don't understand. Now, I have said before, as I said when I stood up here, I can agree when I want to agree, and I can disagree when I want to disagree. I disagree with the concessions. You've heard me say that everywhere before. I call it the C word. Remember, Mr. President? The C word. Because we are trying to make an uncompetitive economy artificially competitive by offering concessions. But my point is, there is absolutely no difference between this and what this other bill is trying to do, which is to encourage business to remain or come here on the basis of employment, foreign exchange, within the tax regime that we have now been dealt, which we cannot change. We have to take it as it is. So, sir, I don't mean to beat up my friend who is not in his seat at this point in time, but you can't have it both ways. You simply can't. So I want to end my comments on this with 3 small other points. I applaud government for this, okay? To try to find a solution to work within the legal framework that we have been dealt with. How do we keep these companies? Over the last 10, 15 years, I have seen more and more of these foreign companies leave Barbados because the competitive environment that we had has been eroded by countries who want to prefer other places. I called a bunch of names. So we are out, they are in. I've said before, standing in here with you, sir, that, and I can prove it to you next week if you want, even the week of Christmas week, if I wanted to open a company, incorporate a company in the United States, give me 24 hours and it will be done. I'll have a bank account, a tax number, and everything as a Barbadian. I can do it in Delaware, I can do it in Wyoming. I think Wyoming, I know Delaware for sure. But you try to do it in Barbados with what has been foisted on us. I think, just as an aside, that we should almost make it mandatory watching. To go on to YouTube and Google the Prime Minister's speech. Prime Minister of Barbados' speech to the House, the Congress, it was the House of Congress. There, I think it was one of their committee meetings. It's the first time that a Prime Minister, any Prime Minister in 40 years had actually addressed the House. And watch that speech and understand, every Barbadian should understand what the PM explained to them as to what has been done to us, in my opinion, unfairly, the red tape we have to go through, etc. with it. Can't find the reference to it, but sir, but it's right there for anyone to see on YouTube. I certainly have asked all of my family members and everyone who I can influence to watch it and listen to it. I think it's a masterful speech. So in conclusion, sir, last 3 things though. You know, I applaud government for finding a way or trying to find a way to deal with this. Because as I say, when China decides that they want to subsidize the photovoltaic industry, they can do that. Nobody can quarrel with them. They want to dominate the EV market, they do the same. The US wants to dominate the soybean market, they do the same. They all find their ways. We have to find a way to react to protect ourselves and our jobs, and we're going to do it legally within the framework. And I do believe that this is a way to legally do this and to assist and attract and keep the ones that we already have. However, I want to point out one of the flaws, I think, in here that needs addressing. I note that government has said in this bill that the Auditor General will audit this fund. And I believe in the integrity of the Auditor General. However, it's kind of ironic today, and this is not the Auditor General's fault, it's just a matter of pointing out something from the government point of view. Earlier today, sir, you may remember that a document was laid in here. It was the audited financial statements of the Barbados Tourism Product Authority. But sir, I nearly fell out of my chair when I heard it was the 2020 to 2021 period. That's 4 years old. Not useful documents, no? That time long past. And if we're going to ask the Auditor General to look after this fund, I'm calling on the government minister who has introduced this bill to guarantee to us that that Auditor General will be able to give us a report and tell us that he has the resources to do this. Because my understanding is the Auditor General's office is overworked, for lack of a better way of saying it. And this is too important for it to say, well, we don't have the resources to do it. If that is the oversight, one of the many oversights within this bill, that Auditor General must have the resources to do this. And we cannot have, again, not saying this is the Auditor General's audit, we cannot have situations where we're allowing government departments or pseudo-government departments or whatever, statutory corporations, to be bringing documents to be laid 2020 to 2021. My company, I couldn't borrow money, I can't get NIS clearance, I can't trade in property if I haven't filed my financial records within a proper period of time. These are 4 years old. It's ridiculous, we shouldn't be accepting that kind of stuff, sir. Really, so I'm concerned. The Auditor General must have the resources to be able to do this. I think also, lastly, as I said before, the accountability cannot be that every 5 years or 4 years or 3 years, whenever the elections are called, that you say, well, oh, government is accountable because we have to go to the electorate. No, you're not accountable every 4 or 5 years when you call the election. You're accountable for our money every single day. And this amendment is critical to this bill, which says that the minister, if they go against the advice of either of the councils, must go into the well of Parliament and explain why they've gone against that advice, so that there's transparency and clarity with what we're doing with the people's money. And I think that that could be a fundamental shift in the governance in Barbados if we move away from thinking that we're accountable only at elections and we're accountable every single day. So, sir, with those perhaps impassioned words today about this particular bill, I hope that some who have heard me might understand that this is different to what was circulated on video or audio or otherwise. This is about protecting what little we have remaining of our offshore industry. This is about using the tools that we have to retain and attract others. It is the right thing to do, in my opinion, with the guardrails that are there. Could it have been explained better? Probably. Probably it could have been. It shouldn't take me 26 hours of a flight to read it and make sure and listen and try to understand. It could be communicated more clearly. I would agree. But I believe it is necessary. I believe with the amendment that has been suggested. I believe with strengthening the Auditor General. I believe in the people on the committees, not just the one that I'm on. I think that this is the right thing for Barbados to do. And therefore, sir, with those few words, I endorse and will support this bill. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Mallon. Senator Trim.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of this honorable chamber. I stand today to add my voice to support the piece of legislation before us. I do so having listened to the debates taking place nationally, the conversations. Like Senator Malalu, I received the videos, received questions from my friends, and sought to answer them to the best of my ability. Like Senator Reid, for a couple minutes, for a while actually, I shouldn't say minutes, I was a bit confused about the response, and even listening to Honourable Senator Walters, while I'm not certain that we read the same bill, at the same time I understand that we live in a democracy, and democracy demands debates and conversation. Democracy demands engagement, analysis, critique, adjustment, and review. And it also demands freedom, not necessarily from things, but to do things like thrive, succeed, change course. It also demands decision. It demands context. It demands adaptability. And it demands that we, as a government, as a people, as a nation, as a region, in the face of what we see around the world, that we act. Public discourse should be encouraged, and this government has encouraged such. And where we find critiques or feedback to be valid, credible, we have sought to adjust the sails or to amend legislation and to build better together. Where gaps in understanding exist, we have sought to clarify that with public education, press conferences, statements, and that is the kind of democracy that I enjoy living in, but also enjoy participating in. I've been reading a bit recently, a lot more as we wind down the year, trying to reach my target of books. I feel like I've been a bit negligent in that. But I stumbled across Who Moved My Cheese, the book Who Moved My Cheese. And when I started to read it, I was a bit confused in the first couple of pages, but I persevered. And so in listening to discussions on this bill, and indeed in listening to Senator Walters, it feels a bit like we are actually watching or witnessing in real time the question, who moved my cheese? And before I delve a bit more into that, I want to say that I'm a young Barbadian, and I feel like my generation lies right in the cusp of hope and opportunity, and uncertainty and ambition. I recognize that many young people, and many Barbadians indeed, I love this country deeply. I have committed myself, whether it is through civic organizations, whether it is through the work I do at the Barbados Workers Union, or even the service offered through my appointment as senator, to building a better Barbados. I believe in it. I believe in our potential. I believe in our capacity. And so I have invested my energy here. I have invested my time and my skills here. And to be quite honest, I have never wanted to live anywhere else other than Barbados. There was a time I considered moving a bit further north, but I have to admit that I am not a fan of the cold, as was raised earlier by Senator Connell in the previous debate. But there are moments before where I considered whether or not Barbados could love me back in the way that I needed. If Barbados could love me in real and practical ways that allowed for me to thrive, not only when it's convenient, but in ways that matched my ambition, my capabilities, and my tenacity. I asked it when I had to stop going to University of the West Indies, when the then administration, Democratic Labour Party, imposed a drastic increase in university fees. I asked it when I would look at the ads in the newspaper, and as a young graduate, they would want 5 years, and all I had were a couple of years interning as a guide. I hear my brother ask it at 25, and I hear others ask as well, as they venture off to pursue the things that give them purpose, that drive their passion. And so we ask Barbadians, young Barbadians, we tell them to be global citizens. Indeed, this administration has encouraged Barbadians to dream beyond these boundaries, because we know that no matter where you go, you're going to hear what's going on. There is a Bajan accent somewhere in there. And so we say, think globally. We say, dream as big as you can, because you are capable of anything. We say to them, prepare for a future that is grounded, that is wrapped up, that is pushed, that is moving towards technology, in computer science, information technology, cybersecurity, engineering, and the list goes on, biotech, environmental science, pharmaceutical studies, economics, and things that we do not even begin to envision, because our country, our economy, our reality has not yet gone there, and we can't see it as yet. But young people are doing the research, and they are finding fields of study that call to them, even as it might shock many of us. And so young people are not chasing trends, they are seeing what is to come and responding to reality. Yet we know that a lot of them come back to Barbados, as was said before, and they find themselves without a place to be, without the access to the kinds of companies, the kinds of enterprises and industries that could not only allow for them to further develop their skills and further give back to Barbados, but that would also allow Barbados to see a boost in our industries and indeed our economy. And so we talk about employment, and I know that in the other place, my General Secretary has spoken to the quality of work and being underemployed. Having a degree in chemistry and having to work somewhere else in a retail store because there is no room here for you. And so what we see is that we need to move beyond the long-term promise of diversification. Like Senator Walters, diversification has been touted time and time again. I have heard it every election cycle, every time. We always talk about economic diversification. Every time a new hotel is announced, we talk about economic diversification. And we've done it before. We've adapted before. We've moved from King Sugar, and when that model could no longer sustain us, we moved towards tourism and then international business, as noted by Senator Malalu. And we have transitioned each time, and each time, to be quite honest, it has been met with fear and resistance, because the question remains, who are we when we think about who moved my cheese? And so we have to move, because if we do not adapt in time, we might as well not adapt at all. And so we find ourselves playing catch up in a world that is not stopping to consider where exactly this 166 square miles is in the current point in time. Oftentimes in the global economy, small island developing states are footnotes. We do not have the scale, the number of people, and oftentimes they do not believe that we have the capacity to compete in a way that is meaningful. And so while we hear diversification, it has to move beyond from promise and aspiration to a lived experience. And this bill allows exactly that. It says that we are no longer waiting, asking, begging, expecting people, companies, countries to take pity on us because we are small. It says that we have recognized that the world has changed and we must adapt. It says that we understand that in a global economy that is now seeking to level a playing field that was never leveled to begin with and will never be leveled, that ultimately we have to do things different. In the book, who has my cheese? Who got my cheese? Who moved my cheese? Sorry. It says that some fear should be respected as it keeps you out of real danger, but also realize that some fears keep you from changing when needed. And there were four main characters. There were two mice, Sniff and Scurry. Sniff would smell things and rapidly move off. Scurry would rush into action. Him would hold on to whatever it is. He would be paralyzed by fear and not move. And Haw would take a while, but Haw would catch on. And he would eventually adjust and adapt to the change. And oftentimes, we are not Sniff, and we aren't Scurry, but we do have a lot of resemblance to Haw. And Haw recognizes throughout the book that he would like to be a lot more like Sniff and Scurry because he would take less time to adapt, to change, to catch up. And he would find himself in a better position to respond to change and take hold of opportunities. But for all of this book, these four characters are in a maze and they're searching for cheese. And as they search for the cheese, they keep butting on the maze. They might find some cheese and get excited, but it wouldn't be enough to sustain them, and eventually they do find cheese. And they find this cheese, and Sniff and Scurry, they go through the process, they eat every day, but eventually they realize the cheese is dwindling and they move on. On the other side, Hem and Haw, they keep eating the cheese and they don't notice that it is dwindling. And when it does disappear, him refuses to move. Heart takes a while, but he moves on. And as he goes through the maze, he realizes certain things. Oftentimes in this chamber, we always hear from opposition senators that it is not the right time. It is too quick. It is too slow. It is not the right way to go about it. It is not going to work out. We've never done this before. We can't take these chances. And so my question is, when is the time? When is the perfect time? When is the right time in a world where there is no such thing? In a world where as soon as we think we have a grasp on things, they change the rules on us. In a world where the haves and the have-nots keep getting wider, and they have every intention of making sure that we do not close that gap. We also heard about the idea that people will come to Barbados. But the question is, in a world of so many options, why Barbados? What makes us attractive? There is a romanticization that I often hear when we discuss policy of who we are and the world in which we live in. And the truth is that to be able to understand and acknowledge our disadvantages, it is not a weakness, it is a strength. And it allows for us to adjust our sails when necessary. This bill is not gambling. Gambling is leaving Barbados with less than 12 weeks foreign reserve. That is gambling when we got bills due. This bill says that we cannot afford to gamble futures. We cannot afford to gamble the investments that we make in young Barbadians in their skills, and we cannot afford to gamble with a world that continues to move ahead. We also talk a lot about utilizing concessions and continuing to use concessions. But we know as well that concessions do not guarantee that companies will remain in Barbados. Moreover, this House recently passed the Hotels Concessions Act, recognizing the challenges in the industry and recognizing that concessions do not guarantee the quality of work that the Labor Concessions Act that we may need in certain instances. And so it allows the minister responsible to remove concessions where companies do not comply. And so it means that there is no surety, but what we do have to have is determination. The comparison was made to real estate, but I want us to think of this of investment versus savings. I could take my savings, I could take $100 every week, and I could put it in the bank and just rest it there and hope that the value remains the same as inflation continues to rise, not only in Barbados, as we like to act, but globally. Or I could opt to utilize the funds or some of the funds that I have accumulated and invest it and see a return on my investment. This bill offers that return in jobs, in the taxes that they will pay, because this is not a tax-free holiday that is being offered in this bill, like sometimes are offered with concessions. The proof is in the pudding when it comes to this government and its commitment to upgrading Barbadians and Barbados, to investing in Barbadians and Barbados. And we could talk about upgrades to the hospital, or garbage trucks, or the continued increases in minimum wage and welfare. But it seems like the opposition is intent on resuscitating the peace and talking about this privatization and these different things that are not happening. And there are conversations to be had nationally, and this government is committed to having those conversations. And so for persons who are used to chaos, regulation, and order may seem like an attack. We are not opting to copy and paste anything. And so it seems like the only time that the opposition is comfortable is when we stop, similar to 2008, from 2008 to 2018. Any other kind of movement is unacceptable, or we must run like hamsters on a wheel and wait for the world to leave us behind. There is a difference between panic and vision. There is a difference between desperation and determination. At the point where we decide that where we are is good enough, we have become complacent. There is no room for complacency. As I close, I go back to the book, Who Moved My Cheese, because I feel like it's right here. We have options. We can sit and be upset that the cheese keeps moving, and we can hope that someone brings back cheese or the cheese replenishes itself. We can spend our time, as we have for many years, talking about looking for a new cheese, but not necessarily searching for the cheese. Or we can realize what is happening. And there are about 6 lessons that Hall says he learns when he decides to go for the cheese. Change happens. They keep moving the cheese. That sounds a lot like the world we live in to me. Anticipate change. Get ready for the cheese to move. That has to be the attitude, the vision of any government who wants to remain competitive. Monitor change. Smell the cheese often so you know when it is getting old. We have recognized that some of the things that we are doing, it isn't working. It isn't working for our young people. It isn't working for our economy, and it isn't having the kind of impact that we want it to have, that we are going for in a 21st century Barbados. Adapt to change quickly. The quicker you let go of old cheese, the sooner you can enjoy new cheese. Senator Reid, when he opened the debate, said that he wanted things to move faster. We need to move faster because the world is not slowing down. And so as our young people are graduating at rapid rates. And so while we prepare for the future, we have to get started running in the now. Change and move with the cheese. It says enjoy change, savor the adventure, and enjoy the taste of new cheese. And oftentimes we talk about how we've wasted money because we tried something new. There is no book on governance. There is no roadmap that says this is the exact way. We cannot copy and paste any of the things that other countries have done. There is no other Barbados. We can take examples. We can learn from other countries. We can learn from their mistakes, but we also have to learn from their successes. And we also have to be ready to change quickly because, like I said before, and I'll close by saying now, the world that we live in continues to change. It changes without our consent. And so we need to be ready to adapt to that change if we are going to continue to call these fields and hills our very own. I'm obliged.
Thank you, Senator Chair. Senator Reid. Yeah, I couldn't see it. Senator Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. President. I recognize that there may be a haste in order to close the debate on this piece of legislation, but...
Senator Honourable,
my apologies,
don't go there. The standing orders clearly indicate if a senator needs to speak, you stand in your place. I didn't see any hand, any light, any standing. Usually the person who's introduced the bill, if no one else wants to speak, then I go there. I never go there to the person who introduced the bill until I'm satisfied that all who want to speak have spoken. So I didn't see any movement from you. So, you know, yeah, but there's no intention to conclude the debate. I have all night here. I have nowhere to go. I cannot think of a better way to spend my Friday night than here enjoying this wonderful debate. So I have all night. Senator Warren, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to make a contribution to this debate on the Economic Diversification and Growth Fund legislation. I think, given the national discourse, it is a topic that needs to be ventilated within these chambers. And obviously, if there is within the country some conversation regarding the understanding of the bill, the understanding of how the mechanism will work, I think it's the responsibility of the Parliament to give some clarity and to give some explanation. Now, I would have listened to the contribution made by the lead spokesperson from the government on the bill, and even though he promised that he would not do as he did in the first instance in terms of not necessarily colliding and connecting with the legislation, he still did not live up to my expectations, unfortunately, Mr. President. So I do recognize that there's still some training which is necessary. Did not connect with the principles in the bill, did not help to move the ticker within the nation as the understanding as to how this will really work, and did not even help to calm the nerves of the many people in Barbados who are concerned about the government's willingness to reach into the consolidated fund and so easily remove $75 million a year for 3 years to get to $225 million to what Barbadians are deeming as given to companies that don't necessarily need it, while entities in Barbados who would be glad for that $75 million are not getting it. The government is simply saying to them that it does not exist, but here we have a piece of legislation which would open up the doors and open up the coffers of government to well-established entities which have a footprint outside of Barbados, as stated by the legislation, having a footprint outside of Barbados. And it often gives some Barbadians the impression that there are not many entities here in Barbados which will qualify for this loan. The lead spokesperson in government business did not take the opportunity to clear that notion out of the minds of Barbadians that, even with this legislation, that Barbadians companies can still benefit from it. Because that is the major narrative that a lot of persons have run off with, especially when you read the section in the legislation which speaks to A, has a real and substantial economic presence in a jurisdiction other than Barbados. Most people run off with that interpretation as meaning there are not many companies in Barbados who will be able to benefit from it, and B, also engages or intends to engage in real and substantial economic activity in Barbados. So the first question would be, can a Barbadian company qualify for assistance from this legislation? And if the Honourable Minister could give us an idea of the companies that would qualify. But even going beyond that, Mr. President, I think that where the noise is taking place in the country around this legislation and the timing of it is because many Barbadians have recognized that with all of the economic activity and the projects which this government rush to implement with speed and haste and without much oversight, it oftentimes leaves out the average Barbadian. And it seems as though when it comes to anything external, when it comes to anything foreign, when it comes to big business, this government is more than happy and willing to create legislation and to open up the doors and the floodgates that big business can collide with resources from the taxpayers of Barbados, and that big business can benefit from the high taxation mounted upon Barbadians. But when it comes to anything to deal with enfranchisement of the small businessman in Barbados, you often hear the funds do not exist, the timing is not right for it, and the situation does not allow it. And that is where the people of Barbados are having difficulty, because I think when we are talking about economic diversification of this country, you know what Barbadians are saying? That the average Barbadian would like an opportunity to have a greater piece of the pie, to have an opportunity to sit at the table, to have an opportunity to have a greater piece of the cake, and not just to simply wait on the crumbs which are expected to drop off of the table, as with the custom of the Barbados Labour Party government that more often has a philosophy of feeding Barbadians with crumbs that which fall off of the table of the much bigger players. That is where the dissatisfaction comes from, Mr. President, with the people of Barbados with regard to this legislation. And even though, Mr. President, I don't know if you can hear it, but I can hear the hens cackling. But I would honestly like to move on with my presentation. Because they cackle, because they recognize, yes, you've made a solid point, Mr. President, but I move on and I persist with my presentation, Mr. President. I continue with my presentation, Mr. President. This is where, Mr. President, the people of Barbados diverge from this government in their thinking. Because if you're talking about economic diversification, you should be talking about embracing and empowering the people of Barbados and the many small businesses out there which are struggling. You should be talking about, yes, we recognize that the world is challenging, but are we going to continue our economic development that is solely dependent on external sources? Because when these external sources face an economic downturn and a shock, the reality is that home drums beat first. So the home drums are not located in Barbados, so obviously they will cut off any financing or development in an external area and look at developing the business entity or continuing the work activity in their home territory to earn economic growth and development for them. Any business person is looking at maximizing on their investment. This, Mr. President, Senator Trim would have mentioned just now that concessions do not guarantee that companies will remain in Barbados. Neither does giving away the taxpayers' dollars to companies without any guarantee, because you haven't identified whether it's an equity investment, whether or not you would have any stake in the company, whether or not you will have any say in the management of the company. None of these things have been expressed in this legislation, and certainly the lead spokesperson for the government has not even mentioned any of these things in terms of his piloting of the bill in this place. So concessions, yes, will not guarantee a company staying in Barbados. It also will not guarantee that the 100 persons employed will be employed on the conditions of decent work for 47 years, and giving away the money to these companies, $75 million, I don't know how many companies will get it, also will not guarantee that these things are done, Mr. President. But I think that we will have greater control over companies which are in our sphere and our domain of control. You have a number of sectors in Barbados that are ripe for development. And even if there's an economic downturn in the external environment, these companies may still be able to produce and also produce foreign exchange, employment opportunities, and earn revenue for this country. The creative sector, Mr. President, is one such area. Agriculture, even though we don't look to it, but that is one area definitely for sure, because as we look at what is happening in our nearby geopolitical space, just a couple days ago, there was a news article of a JetBlue plane which had to change its course to avoid collision with a U.S. military plane in the Caribbean area. The plane was en route from Curacao to New York. And because of the current tension happening between Venezuela and the US, we do not know if we will have difficulty at any point in time sourcing our food from South America, with shipments coming through the Panama Canal, all of those things. Even with majority of our imports for the stores, with items that they're looking to sell for Christmas, come through the Panama Canal. All of these things we don't have control over, but there's one thing for sure that we do have control over here in Barbados, is that if we decide that we are going to utilize all of the Clico land and put it back into production, that we should be able to feed the people in Barbados. And if we decide that we are going to heavily invest some of this $75 million that is all of a sudden available from in the consolidated fund into agriculture, I am certain that we can develop the micro industries out of it that would help us to sustain economic development in this country. We have a way to go, and we can build on that. But obviously, the Barbados Labour Party government is bankrupt of ideas, and they rush to this parliament with what they think to be groundbreaking legislation because someone gave them an idea, but unfortunately they are unable to execute and to build on that idea to make it realistic and to make it work in the interest of the people of Barbados. And when they get criticism, they close ranks, because all of a sudden the rest of Barbados does not matter. The opinion of the economists, the opinion of the lecturers at the University of the West Indies, it only matters when it is in their favor. But when they bring a message that is not in the favor and it's not in the keeping of the government of the Barbados Labour Party, they have all of a sudden, they don't know what they're talking about. All of a sudden, the university is going to be chastised as for not doing sufficient in terms of innovation and creativity within this country, Mr. President. All of a sudden, when they're not towing the line and in favor with the Barbados Labour Party government. This government would do a better service to itself by listening to the people of Barbados and recognize that when Barbadians criticize this government, it is justified, and because they do not accept and they do not like the direction and the course in which they are taking. Now, Mr. President, Senator Walters made the point that there are a number of different industries in Barbados which would benefit from this $75 million, but the government tells them oftentimes that it does not exist, but it can clearly find it and ring-fence it for 3 years, $225 million over a 3-year period to give away. Now, one classic example, Mr. President, this is where Barbadians digress with the government, is health. Right now, Barbadians are suffering as regard to health care in Barbados. And if a government could find $75 million to finance the needs of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, Barbadians would welcome that. But this government is not doing that. The government came with a health service levy in 2018, which many persons, including Senator Maynard here at the table, mentioned a couple of days in the debate, that when he heard about this health service levy, he thought that it was additional money which would be granted to the cash-strapped Queen Elizabeth Hospital to help them out of its challenges. And you know, I guess it broke the hearts of many doctors and administrators at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital when they realized that the funds coming from the health service levy was not a top-up, but it was a replacement of the funds which the government intended to withdraw from the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, funds which would normally come from the consolidated fund to go towards financing the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And you know, Mr. President, if the government could find and ring-fence $75 million for 3 years to give to large conglomerates overseas, Why can't it find $75 million now and immediately to add to what is being paid on the health service levy to get this Queen Elizabeth Hospital out of the spiral which it is in? Because, you know, the figures would actually, funny thing about the figures is that the same $75 million over 3 years is almost the amount of money which the government removed from the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in terms of money which they paid from the consolidated fund towards the expenses of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And now the hospital only relies on the health service levy to raise that same $75 million. But the Queen Elizabeth Hospital is facing crisis now in terms of shortages in terms of drugs, supplies. You have persons that have to wait and spend months on wards in the hospital because the equipment that is, or the supplies necessary for the operation that they are waiting on is not available, have not been ordered, and the hospital has to wait until a budget comes in or funds come in to do that. Why couldn't the government look at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital as being one of the areas and one of the benefactors of that $75 million, Mr. President, which they are now able to find Mr. President, to give away to large conglomerates. And again, I can hear hens cackling in Marhill Street. Mr. President, these are the things that are worrying Barbadians with regard to the priorities of this government. The priorities of this government do not seem to align with the average Barbadian, which they will call upon to vote for them in a couple of weeks, Mr. President. The priorities of this government seem to align with a smaller group of persons, Mr. President, and that is why Barbadians are crying out. That is why this legislation does not sit well with the people of Barbados, because they don't see it as economic diversification. They see it as the cold soup warm over in a different way, and they're looking and they're trying to find out who will be the ultimate benefactors of that $75 million gift from the people of Barbados. But because they know that the average Barbadian will not benefit from it, they know that you are looking to create employment, 100 jobs for 7 years, and many Barbadians are dissatisfied with the quality of the jobs being offered to them now. Many Barbadians are dissatisfied with the terms and conditions of service being offered to them now, because this government, Mr. President, has started a trend in employment in this country, where because they are employing persons under contract and not paying NIS for those individuals, there are a number of companies in Barbados who will intend to come in and do the same thing. Are there any guarantees against that in this piece of legislation, Mr. President? There is none, because the government, Mr. President, operates under that trend. They currently employ people as self-employed individuals, do not pay NIS for them on short-term contracts. Is that going to be the same principle here with these companies that the government will invest $75 million of taxpayers' money with, and then Barbadians don't see the necessary benefits from it, Mr. President? All of these are things that concern the people of Barbados. And as Senator Walters said, this legislation is not fit for purpose. The government should possibly take the route of referring it to one of the standing committees. There's an economic standing committee, and allow Barbadians to have the opportunity to give wider consideration and ventilation on this piece of legislation. If it is for economic diversification of the country, Mr. President, there needs to be wider say and needs to be wider input from the people of Barbados in order for it to work and in order for it to be effective. But none of what has been said today, nothing in this legislation, Mr. President, speaks to economic diversification. It just speaks to cold soup being warmed over, and for a minority of persons being able to benefit from the taxpayers' dollars in a very high tax country such as Barbados. And for that reason, Mr. President, we cannot support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Warrell. Senator Nichols.
Mr. President, for a long time I wanted to get into a debate on the concept of economic diversification. The bill before the Senate today, amid a lot of the public conversation, affords me the opportunity to lend my voice to that discussion. We have heard the mantra that we have put all of our eggs in the tourism basket, and to a certain extent to the international business sector. And that when we face a downturn in the international economy that impacts on your rivals, when we had the pandemic, no less, we saw the significant impact of the loss of tourism revenue. That reignited the calls for economic diversification. So I want to phrase my contribution here this evening against the backdrop of a deep understanding of the Caribbean economic history. There is a fundamental difference between economic growth and economic development. And sometimes we get the two conflated. We are focused ordinarily on the growth of the economy because that is what really matters. The macroeconomy or even the microeconomy, as much of the household differs from the nation. Economic matters concern households every day. We make economic decisions. Now, sir, many years ago, I held the view similar to that espoused by Senator Walters, and I told him so in the members' lounge a few moments ago. I had an interesting conversation with a gentleman whom we all know, and whom you know, Mr. President, very well. We shared a perspective. I was a young university graduate at the time, and I had written an article scathing of the contribution of the tourism sector to the real body politic of the Barbadian community, entitled, "Is Tourism Really Our Business?" That conversation I held with some men who are all now deceased. In fact, we buried one of them yesterday. I speak of no less than the late Right Honourable Professor Oinata and Mr. Lindsay Holder.
I had to break this, right? I will ask the Deputy President who will take the chair for a few minutes.
Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. And sir, I mentioned the Right Honourable late Professor Oinata and Lindsay Holder. I want to mention also Mr. Timothy Simmons in this regard, because in my early sojourn in this place, Timothy, who's still alive, and Lindsay, who's gone to the great beyond, I got a lot of my tutelage in economic policy. And they didn't teach me economics because I didn't have to learn the fine attributes of econometrics and the measurement of the economy and those matters. But when we speak about economic development, we are talking about a fundamental shift in the way in which the economic landscape of the country performs and takes it to another level for the betterment and the welfare of the people. It is improving the material welfare of the people in a substantive and a substantial way. That is what differs the growth of the economy from the economic development of the entire society. And sir, Oinafa, the late Professor Oinafa taught me this. We can espouse all the theories of enfranchising people, but at the end of the day, if the government does not find the resources to pay for things like health, education, to pay wages and secure the country, you can only fund those by taxes, you can fund those by borrowing, or you can fund those by foreign direct investment. He came to office, sir, with a mission to transform the economic fortunes of the country, to grow the economy. We came back to office to do the same thing. But when we speak about the development of the economy, that is a fundamentally different question. And development, when you read Havelock Brewster, Lloyd Bess, Norman Girvin, the deep political theorists of the 1960s and 70s of the New World Movement, we understand that we're talking about shifting what you are ordinarily doing to another plane, to another level, to improve the material welfare of the people. Economists can speak to one thing, but policymakers at the level of governments have to look at other considerations. And I want to make that distinction here. Because as a young university graduate, I question how everything in the tourism sector was given and owned by people who are not from Barbados, and what was the real benefit. We all can work in black and white was the famous retort that I used then. But understanding the movement of and the need for foreign exchange to secure the balance of payments and to ensure that the country has enough import cover, to ensure that money is generated in the economy, that 75% of the demand generated in the economy is the most important construct, notwithstanding our interlocking relationship with tourism and foreign direct investment. All of it comes together from a policymaker's perspective. So while we can ideally say we would only engage in economic pursuits that benefit the masses, and too many politicians get in these spaces and in other spaces and call the name of the small poor man or the small black man or the average man and working people just as a political mantra without any real understanding. But what Professor Apple was saying, then, if you do not get $2 billion of foreign direct investment in your country every year, you cannot maintain the standard of living in the country. How do you get that? And it's not talking about growing government's revenues, restructuring the tax base or the tax system and reforming it to make that perform better. $2 billion, not to take Barbados to the next level, but to keep Barbados in that position. So I have not done the analysis and I haven't consulted with those persons in the sectors right now. But I suspect that $2 billion is way short of what we need to maintain the standard of living in this country. And if we don't do it by foreign direct investment, if we do not, in a world that is driven by digitization, artificial intelligence, and data, how then are we supposed to take Barbados to another level of development? And that is the fundamental question, Mr. Deputy President, that I want Barbadians to engage with. So when you hear something about the Economic Diversification and Growth Fund Bill, all of a sudden everybody jumps out, we are now developmental economists. And we now start to bring up our shopping lists. We want a transformational economy. We want a perch that the government takes now to right the historical wrongs from colonial times to ensure that we enfranchise people. And that must come in legislation. You cannot legislate that, Mr. President. You cannot legislate that. You cannot legislate reindustrialization. You cannot legislate digitization of the economy. And I agree with the minister who led the bill. We have to be policy agnostic when it comes to the development of our country in the world that we live in. But we have a tenacity on the part of some people in the country to insult the intelligence of people by making things that are not threatening look threatening. Anybody goes through this bill, what in it is offensive? $125 million is half of 1% of the GDP of Barbados. But you're making it sound that the government is giving away all this money. And they're not going to be in their seat now because I have risen to speak. But when they were in power, what did they do with Cahill, Sandals, Four Seasons, Andrews Factory? All the investments under seal, nobody don't know. But we know that for almost 30 years they ain't got to pay no taxes in either form. We are bound by that. Is that not loss of revenue? Taxes for 30 years so someone could build a hotel. Taxes for 25 years so somebody could build a supermarket. They have the temerity to speak about these things? Really? Now this is what I speak about, the decisive difference, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President. It harks back to the continuing mantra of the Democratic Labour Party on matters of economic development in this country. When the international business sector was conceived in the late 70s, early 80s, the response was the same. Men in white suits coming, landing at the airport with suitcases with money to trick Barbadians. That was the mantra. Opposed it bitterly. And I always make the point from this place, sir, when the Honourable President was the Minister of International Business from 1994, he was called in a budget speech by the then opposition leader, who subsequently became Prime Minister, to be the doyen of the business class. Because the international business sector was this dirty, muddy sector that the Labour Party was bringing, had no relevance. But the corporate taxation that we were able to realize allowed this country to lower land tax so that people living in chattel houses, like my grandmother, would not have to pay the Treasury a penny, so that the reverse tax credit on working people below a certain economic threshold would be part of the economic reality every year. There is no sector in the diversification of the Barbadian economy that the Democratic Labour Party has ever supported in its political history. And everything was about it. Even when we talked about bringing a medical school, they said we importing Dracula. You remember that? Yeah. Everything that was done to take Barbados out of the agricultural, agrarian, economic dependent mode that was brought by the Barbados Labour Party has even building the water harbour going back to the 1950s and 60s. The elected men were in trouble. The Barbados Labour Party tried to unfair the elected men who moved the little ships from here to Carolina to bring things off the port. The gantry crane at the port. National Hero of Barbados. I would just want to finish this. The National Hero of Barbados said that it would dry rot in the port before a container was moved off of it, because that was taking Barbados too far. And Barbados accepted that for a number of years.
Please proceed, Senator Nichols.
The Right Excellent Sir Frank Walcott told the country that crane would not be used in the port. 15 years. 15 years it stood in the port. Can you imagine today the impact of that? And it could go on and go on and go on, Mr. President. That has been the approach. And I want to say this. I welcome the debate on the diversification of the economy. I have my own particular view on it, but the minister, I accept that we have to be policy agnostic. We can't prescribe or proscribe what that economic diversification path will take, and that is why the legislative framework is set up in the way in which it is. Mr. President, I have, like the Honourable Minister Senator Reid, to depart from my university colleagues. And I will make the point here, and I declare that I am adjunct lecturer at the University of West Indies. I teach in law, and I know many of the players who have commented on this bill. Professor Don Marshall was very instrumental in my own intellectual development, and I owe a lot to him. When he was a master's student, and indeed as a PhD student, he shared his papers with me. His articles that he was writing in the Third World Quarterly were received by me. In those days, it was an email. They used to get a hard copy. The actual used to get a couple copies, and I have many of those papers in my library. I understand his attack from an honest perspective on the services sector-led growth. I understand that he has been the standard bearer of the industrial complex, and that there's no society that has advanced economically without having an industrial complex to support it. Anecdotally, you hear, so you look at the Swiss economy, the economy of Switzerland has a sophisticated international financial services sector, but they make chocolates, they make watches. It's some part of the industrial complex that is part of the policy mix. I understand where Professor Marshall comes from. But I also understand that when you set out to double the per capita income of the country and grow the economy, there's certain policy choices that a government has to make, given the mix of issues that it has to confront. That is what led the then Governor administration to move with pace. And I understand what the minister is saying, what we have deindustrialized. A lot of the factories that came out of the model, and you know, when we look back at the economic history of the Caribbean, there's only one economic theory or one economic program that has made a decisive shift in the economic fortunes of the Caribbean, and that was written by Sir Arthur Lewis almost 100 years ago, the industrialization of the British West Indies, where many of the concepts criticized by Senator Walters and Senator Worrell were decried almost 100 years ago. Industrialization by invitation. But what other economic theory has made a decisive shift in the agrarian colonial economies that we had, other than that policy? That was economic diversification, criticized in every single material aspect in the same way that the Democratic Labour Party and the commentators offers now. The industrialists will come in, take advantage of the tax holidays, the industrial estates, and there will be industrial and capital flight. And we will not be the better off. Tell me that there was not a burgeoning middle class built out of Intel, cable and wireless, and the manufacturing sector across the several estates in Barbados, the cottage industries, the women that used to smoke. Rather than have to go in a plantation, they were at home making a living as a result of that industrialization. What other economic benefits, what other economic shift has the Caribbean society seen that has come from the brain trust of the developmental economists in the last 100 years? That is the challenge that I ask. Because if the government is making an error by way of this bill to invite economic diversification through targeted investment, tell me where the brain trust has pointed to a single development strategy in the last 100 years outside of the manufacturing proposed by Sir Arthur Lewis. Tell me. If we are supposed to shift from tourism and international business and the services-led economy and diversify what it is that we are making and manufacturing, and where have these commentators put their shoulders to the plow to develop a policy initiative? So when I taught business law many years ago, I always used to tease, because I was teaching in the Department of Management Studies, not lawyers, not law students. And I always started the class by making the point, because they always want to know why they had to study business law And I would quietly say to my sons, I don't even know there's a book that you can pick up in a law library called business law. But that is an amalgam of a number of other areas of the law. But I started the lectures, and I always tease my colleagues in the economists especially, that there is nothing in the international history of economics of any society that was created by an economist that drives modern commercial activity in the world. All of the creatures and features of the commercial world are creatures of the law. All. The limited liability company that allows the owner of the assets to separate his investment from the company from his own property is a creation of the law, not an economist. Because of money. Legal tender. A $10 bill costs the same to produce as a $100 bill. But the value of goods and services that you can exchange are backed by the law. And the certainty of the law. We could go into insurance, stocks, derivatives. All kind of concepts. The law. What have the economists created? What? They could tell us why growth did not occur and what is expected to spur growth. But when it comes to making policy options, and that is why Sir Courtney Blackman said it's about all economic management. You can learn all the economic theory, all the econometrics that you can learn when it comes down, because what Professor Apple was conscious about, you cannot drive your development initiatives from a Puritan philosophical perspective. That is what ran Michael Manley and Brennan and them in trouble in the 80s. Where those idealistic Puritan ideals of trying to write 300 years of colonial wrongs into government policy led those countries into challenges, because you live in a world that exists and not that one that is in your mind. But what we take away from the Third World Group, the Lloyd Bests and the Havelock Brewsters and the Norman Gervins and the Clive Thomases of this world, is that development at the end of the day, Mr. President, is a psychological thing. It's not an economic thing. You must want to control the right to determine the mix of policy options that your country has to take. You must want to be able to control how your resources are exploited. And to what extent do you get into bed with other foreign players? That is where true economic development lies, in your minds. Because if you're not independent, if you do not have perspective about the development of your country and taking a generation of people out of the level of economic poverty that they're in into another level, then your policy options will be governed by things that really do not matter to ordinary people. This matters, Mr. President, because we cannot stand by and allow the world to churn in the way it is churning, and to feel that we must keep Barbados splendidly in isolation, as if the international economic circumstances do not require us to act fast and act now. Mr. President, I support this bill. I welcome the continuing debate on it. I welcome the plans that the minister has outlined. I don't want to say this in defense of the minister and this bill. A lot of the criticisms that you hear suggest that the bill is weak, is badly drafted. But you don't draft policy in a bill. The administration of the fund is not drafted. The legal framework for who governs the administration is there. But what they're going to do on the sit down when they're making the decisions cannot be drafted in legislation. How the government is going to be able to recover from an investment that does not go well is not drafted in legislation, but the power to do so must be. So when you hear people saying that the bill lacks a lot of detail, that is really taking advantage of the innocent. That is what it really is. Because there's no commercial contract that is going to detail the operations of every single material particular that exists between the two contracting parties. A lot of it is through the course of dealings within the ordinary concept of commercial reality. And what are the ordinary commercial terms that a reasonably informed business person would exercise at that point in time? These are business realities that a court will enforce even if it's not in the language of the contract. So that the bill is being criticized for not having a lot of what the day-to-day operations of the policy when it is enacted. Now, we can legislate what the Gross Council must consider. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Suppose it's 9, 10, 11, and 12, and 13. Should they ignore them because the law does not say so? What if something in it is no longer operable or relevant to the particular consideration? But the Growth Council must say, we must take number 4. But number 4 is not relevant, so therefore the project can't work because the legislation has hamstrung you, put on economic handcuffs on you. You don't draft legislation in that way. And I want to assure the country that the law is sound. If it has to be amended as experience shows and demonstrates after a period of time, that is what we sit here to do. No law is passed in its purest form in perpetuity. That is why the legislative oversight in respect of legislation is important and an important role for this House and the other place to exercise. You're not going to get it right. So why criticize a bill that gives a framework for economic diversification and to grow a fund to ensure that we are in a position to expand investment in the country, secure jobs. And when we speak about securing jobs, we're not only talking about the jobs that we have, we're talking about securing the jobs of the future for the people of the future, Mr. President. There is a decisive difference between the two political philosophies that have governed this country for many years. And I want to say to Barbadians that the Senator World is saying who are concerned, we are going to be judged by the ability to look our children in their faces and tell them the policy options that we took. Some may have been on the basis of forecasting. Some may have been on the basis of real experience. But we made the best economic choices for the people of Barbados. Mr. President, I close by making a reference to this African proverb. Every morning, the Serengeti, the lion knows he must run faster than the fastest gazelle, if not he will not eat. He will starve. Every morning, the gazelle knows he must run faster than the fastest lion, if not he will be the lion's lunch. It matters not whether you are a lion or a gazelle. Every morning, you rise and you run fast. Mr. President, Barbados must run fast. Barbados must not stand still. And this country will have to make the determination as to whether a political party that has never brought real economic policy options. Mr. Barr said, I would love to see the day of KM Blair would never go in Barbados again. But they cannot tell you one single economic initiative to transform Barbados, to develop the country. Not to grow the economy and to maintain growth, but to take it to another level. We can tell you that between 1994 and 2008, the economic fortunes of this country and every Barbadian were improved. The other countries in the Caribbean that had governments in power longer than we were in power. I don't want to call out. But if you talk to the Jamaicans, PJ will tell you that between Siaga, and Portia, they were in longer than we. But the per capita income of Jamaica didn't change in that 18-year period. We doubled ours in 14. Economic development, the fundamental basis and ethos of the government's mission is to improve the lives of our people materially. And Mr. President, I'm obliged to be associated with a bill like this that does so. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Nichols. Are there any other speakers? Senator Reid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Firstly, I want to thank everyone who rose and spoke on the bill. Senator Trim's References were very apt to the state of play. Senator Malalu, as ever, brought a sense of independence and precision to his thinking and the advantages of it, a sense of balance. Senator Nichols, in his, as ever, eloquent and punchy way, showed the soundness of the thinking behind it. But I do want to acknowledge the fact that Senator Walters at the beginning did apologize for not feeling well, and that was clear by the presentation. Mr. President, I got a bit of advice at the beginning of coming to the Senate. I will admit that when in my previous role meant that I did not have a lot of time to look at the Senate, and so I did refer to some people to give me some advice. And one of the things they said very early on in the piece is, when the opposition senators are talking about every single thing except the bill, you know you have a strong bill. And this was clearly the case. They talked about every single thing. They referenced things that they were deeply involved in actually destroying, CLICO and UE and all types of things like that. And so it was a very odd presentation. I almost regretted my generousness at the beginning to Senator Worrell, but I still live the generosity in the spirit of Christmas. I hope, like I've learned from you, you will learn from others as well. Mr. President, I just want to reiterate the fact that the purpose of the bill, and that the bill is very clear. If you go through each section, and it's not a long one, it is very precise as to its purpose, its intent, and the measures in place to ensure that there are guardrails in case things do not go according to plan. It's very, very clear. And it's strong on that, quite frankly. So I don't think much more needs to be said, quite frankly. And I do, in that spirit, Mr. President, I beg that we now read the bill for a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Will those honourable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg that you now leave the chair and the Senate resolves itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that I do now leave the chair and the Honourable the Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. Will those honourable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The Honourable Senate is now in committee.
Mr. Chairman, permission to take the bill in two parts. Clauses 1 through 6.
Mr. President, I beg that to move that clause 1 to 6 now do stand apart.
The question is that clauses 1 to 6 do now stand apart. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clauses 7 to 12.
Mr. President, I do beg that clauses number 7 to 12 now do stand apart.
The question is that clauses 7 to 12 do now stand apart. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The schedule.
Mr. Chairman, I beg that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule be the schedule to the bill. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Report.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you now report to His Honor the President the passing of the one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported, the deputy president has reported the passing of one bill in committee.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I now do beg that this bill be cited as the Economic Diversification and Growth Fund Act 2025 and be passed.
The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Economic Diversification and Growth Fund Act 2025. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited.
Mr. President, order number 9. Order number 9 in the name of the Honourable Leader of the Senate to move the second reading of the National Payment Systems Amendment Bill 2025.
Mr. President, I seek your permission to treat two items number 9 and 10 as a cognate debate, given the inextricable link between the two items on the order.
The question is that items on the order paper, numbers 9 and 10, be treated as the cognate debate. National Payments Bill Amendment in Central Bank be treated as a cognate debate at the second reading stage. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Please proceed and ensure to cover both matters in your second reading speech.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. These are two simple but significant items, and I want to begin my presentation today by attempting to go through the first one. Order number 9, Mr. President, speaks to the National Payment Systems Act, and it makes a number of amendments. You have amendments being made at clauses 2 through 7, and I will go through what those are. You have the repeal and replacement of earlier sections of the previous legislation at sections 8 and 9, and further amendments all the way through clauses 15. Now, Mr. President, in the first instance, the amendments are correlated to the second item on the order paper, the Central Bank of Barbados Act of 2020, and it makes a number of changes. If you go to the legislation itself, it does the following things. One, it seeks to harmonize the definition of the national payment system and to be able to embed that definition in the previous piece of legislation to which I spoke. It seeks also to make better provision for the bank, that is the central bank, to be exempt from tax and regulatory requirements in this instance, and it also seeks to give guidelines and directives issued by the bank's board of directors the force of law. So now I want to get into the actual amendments, Mr. President. In the first instance, the central bank tells us that they undertook an assessment of the national payment system, and they looked at that in accordance with the national interest. What is in the interest of Barbadians? every single transaction, Mr. President, that Barbadians undertake and interact with in the banking system is a part of the overall national banking, or rather national payment system. And so the bank sought to look at how we were going to look at the payment system, and more specifically, the clearing system. They undertook to engage an entity known as the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. We know them by a different name, Mr. President. And so they undertook to get the top international advisory support to look at a modernization plan for the Barbados payment system and to introduce an instant payment system for Barbados. Now, we've seen a lot of the advertisements in the newspapers, we've seen the communication coming out from the central bank, we've seen the social media updates, we've had town hall meetings, we've had consultations with stakeholders, and so we know what the central bank has been undertaking to do. They have, in so doing, Mr. President, consulted extensively. They've met with the banking community. They've met with the business community. In my own ministry, Mr. President, they've met with the small business community, because this is a measure that directly benefits the smallest of the small. They have met with the entrepreneurship community, Mr. President, and they have continued and have committed to continuing with this level of engagement. And so they have indicated to us publicly, and I will share here in the chamber tonight, what they intend to do. They intend to undertake the implementation of the system in a phased approach. First, they intend to have all banks licensed under Part 2 of the Financial Institutions Act, Cap 324A, and to ensure that certain credit unions, we have a couple of them, we know the Barbados Cooperative Credit Union Limited, the City of Bridgetown Credit Union, and Affinity Plus Credit Union, formerly known as the Barbados Workers Union Credit Union, and certain public authorities, namely the Treasury. They want to have them covered, Mr. President, under this Financial Institutions Act. They have indicated that the deadline for the implementation of this very first phase is March 31st, 2026. And so we're putting the legislative framework in place to ensure that we have this runway through March 2026. Now, in the first instance, the legal and regulatory framework under the National Payment Systems Act is being amended to be able to provide for this updated, comprehensive, and adaptable, international standard-oriented best practice. The previous legislation, which was there, was generally up to date, but we heard from the Honourable Minister with responsibility for innovation how digital payments, digital transitions, fintech, and all of these technologies are evolving. And so, Mr. President, the legislation needed to keep pace with where innovation is going and innovation in transactions. And so while the legislation in every other aspect worked, for these fast-moving changes in innovation, it needed to be updated. And so that is before us, Mr. President. And so the Principal Act is proposed to be amended to revise and improve the definitions, I spoke about that just now, to better align them with the international benchmarks, such as the principles for financial markets. They also, Mr. President, I want to be clear, in making these changes in legislation, they do not introduce new taxes. They do not introduce new fees. They do not introduce new charges on the public. So lest anybody run down that line at any point in the discussion, I wanted to say that up front, Mr. President. Then we move on to look at a couple of things that this needs to be aligned with. The European Union's Payment Services Directive, the Retail Payment Activities Act, this is out of Canada, and it also then goes on in amending Section 2 of the legislation to look at the definitions that are drawn from some of these pieces of international legislation. In another debate, Mr. President, we just talked about the fact that Barbados does not live in a world by itself. Barbados has to correlate with the gazelles and the lions, and it has to run fast, it has to innovate, it has to transform, and it has to also conform with international structures. And so this bill also attempts to do that. The definitions that have been amended are also to ensure that both service and service providers are regulated, that you have a payment service that is allowed to be expanded to have the scope of payment services, the full scope of payment services, and to then have those things included that I mentioned before, specifically the credit unions, as an example, to ensure that we can widen the scope well beyond mere electronic transactions. Then, Mr. President, there is the repeal of Section 36, which is captured in the legislation, and it addresses the issue of outsourcing activities. This section simply seeks to establish that unless the central bank makes a provision in a guideline or in a directive that the payment service provider is prohibited from outsourcing any activity that is critical or an important operational function. For clarity, the section ensures that it provides a critical and an important operational function, but it does provide also, Mr. President, for the central bank to be informed at least 6 weeks if you have to undertake this outsourcing in advance. And the central bank then has the opportunity in its regulatory function to indicate any objection which they may have. There are 2 new sections which have also been included, Mr. President. They provide for one, the provision of an auditor, and to ensure that the nature of the auditor's report is outlined. The requirement for the auditor currently exists. I mentioned this piece of legislation before in the Financial Institutions Act for banks and in the Financial Services Commission Act for credit unions. And so we're inserting the same provision also, Mr. President, in Section 49, the new Section 49 of the legislation for those services to be covered. It also, Mr. President, allows for the Central Bank of Barbados, specifically through the board of the Central Bank, to provide regulations in accordance with the powers conferred on the board under the Central Bank of Barbados Act. And this is why these 2 pieces of legislation are being treated as cognate. And so we have the Central Bank Act being amended to allow for these changes. Finally, also, there is a further amendment that is being made also under the Central Bank Act, where there are a number of consequential amendments, and I want to identify what some of them are. One, it ensures that the definitions of national payment system now align with the amendments that are captured in national payment system. It also means to establish that the bank can have the powers to establish, own, and operate its own instant payment system. We have seen that own instant payment system being advertised, and certainly you have seen the governor leading the charge from the front himself through BIMPay, and it is definitely Barbados taking the opportunity to lead from in front. Barbados is not depending on other partners to anchor this for us. Barbados is confident that we can do this ourselves. And so, although not directly through the instant payment system, the legislation in the Central Bank Act is also being amended to include a list of exemptions, and I mentioned that in my initial overview: the payment of value-added tax on the goods and services obtained for the direct benefit of the bank, and the payment of import duty on any goods obtained for the benefit of the bank. And so finally, on this legislation, as I go through the amendments themselves, so that I'm very clear on what the bills are intended to do before having a more general conversation, the Central Bank Act of Barbados has also been amended in this proposed for amendment to insert a new Section 72A that would provide for the directives and the guidelines issued by the Central Bank in its authority as the monitor for the market to have the force of law. Now, Mr. President, I want to, in a more general discussion, having now gone through the legislation, to say just a few things. This bill is necessary for a number of reasons. One, as the payment landscape evolves, the central bank's statutory powers must also empower them to function as the regulator. We know that they're already the regulator, and so the legislation now allows them to not just function as the regulator, but to embed it in legislation and to then position them to be the guardian and the custodian of the financial and payment system, and to ensure that it has the stability that is necessary. It equally, Mr. President, reinforces the institutional capacity of the bank to manage systemic and technological risks by vesting this authority in the bank, the kind of thing that we hear from Senator Reid all the time about technological evolution, cyber risk, cyber crime, protecting our data, those are the kinds of things that the central bank has been very aggressive on in protecting the country's data. We also want to be able to have, Mr. President, the ability of the central bank to have enhanced powers to issue binding directions, standards, and guidelines. We have seen the central bank and the governor of the central bank issue a number of standards and directives to the commercial banks that Barbadians have lauded. We have seen a very active and a proactive, business-oriented and small man-oriented leadership coming from the central bank, where they have taken the banks in some instances to task. And they have now, in this legislation, put the provisions in place for a lot of those regulatory provisions that they have made into legislation and given them a stronger legal foundation. How do the bills work together, Mr. President? They're complementary. That's why we're doing them as a cognate debate. The National Payment System Bill, in the first instance, sets the rules for the payments ecosystem, and the Central Bank Authority Bill ensures that the central bank has the authority to enforce their rules. Together, they modernize the Barbados payments architecture and the regulatory framework in a coherent and comprehensive way. There is also, certainly from my ministry's perspective, the protection of consumers. Consumer protection and safety systems being strengthened. If you look at the way in which BIMPay has been structured and how it has rolled out, there is that embedding of customer protection. And it is important, and I want to take the opportunity to say this while speaking on technology and the use of technology in providing services. There has been a discussion about how persons who are not necessarily technologically savvy, not necessarily the most gifted with technology, how they are going to interact with the system. The central bank has accounted even for that. And they have made it clear that even where there is a platform, that there's the ability to interact with people. They have made it clear that there's a standard that they're going to be adhering to and that they're going to be holding service providers to. Now, Mr. President, this is a bit of a segue because I want to say here now. A lot of times we see businesses talking about technology and having these online systems and these platforms, and people feel as though they're left out. People feel as though they're being left behind. And we have to be able to ensure that we have not just coherent legislative and regulatory reforms, but we have inclusive, people-friendly strategies to roll them out so that average Barbadians, including our elderly, and for people like me, who want to be able to navigate the technology, yes, who need to be able to minimize how much it costs from one transaction to the other, who want to be able to make sure that you're able to complete your transaction without the inconvenience of having to run from one place to the next. Online technology systems work. But you know what, Mr. President? Sometimes you still need to have a warm body if things don't go well to talk to. And it is important that these things still allow for those occasions when, after you have done all that you can to resolve it through the technology platforms, after you have done all you can do through chatbots and those kinds of things on your platforms, that if you can go no further, if you can't get any assistance from the technology on its own, that some person who understands you and some person who speaks your own language is going to answer a call ultimately on the other side of that call. And so that is what the central bank has committed to. It is what they have done. They have made economics friendly. It has become economics 101, economics for the average Barbadian to understand, and they have done a phenomenal job of explaining BIMPay and the legislative framework, what it aims to do, and how it benefits consumers to all Barbadians. And so this is the bill before the Honourable Chamber, orders number 9, I have gone through, and 10, and I beg to move with these few words that this bill now be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I'd like to move that you now leave the chair and the Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that I do not leave the chair and the Honourable the Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The Honourable Senate is now in committee. National payment.
Mr. Chairman, permission to take the bill in two parts.
Permission granted.
Clauses 1 to 9.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that clauses 1 through 9 do not stand part.
The question is that clauses 1 to 9 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clauses 10 to 15.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that clauses 10 through 15 do not stand part.
The question is that clauses 10 through 15 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, Mr. Chair, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honour the President the passage of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee. Will all those senators in favour, honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported the Deputy President has reported the pass of one bill in committee.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do not pass and be cited as a National Payment System Amendment Act 2025.
The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the National Payment System Amendment Act of 2025. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. We think the ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited.
Order number 10, in the name of the Honourable Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the Central Bank of Barbados Amendment Bill 2025.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that Your Honour do not leave the chair and the Senate resolve itself into committee.
The question is that I do not leave the chair and the Honourable the Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. We think the ayes have it.
The Honourable Senate is now in committee.
Clause 1.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that clause 1 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 1 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that clause 2 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 2 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause 3 do now stand part.
The question is that clause 3 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Mr. Chair, finally, I beg to move that clause 4 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 4 do now stand part. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that you do now report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I will now report to His Honour the Honourable President the passing of one bill in committee. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The Deputy President has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Central Bank of Barbados Amendment Act 2025.
The question is that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Central Bank of Barbados Amendment Act 2025. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited.
Mr. President, that brings us to the end of government's business for the day. And I believe it brings us to the end of government business before the Christmas break. And I want, therefore, to take the opportunity to thank all honourable members. Certainly in the years since I have stood in this place, every December we have this long marathon session to close out the legislative year and to ensure that we are in a position to have the order paper tidied up, cleaned up, and all matters are off the agenda and have been settled before the end of the year. And I want to thank all honourable members who every year go through this exercise to make sure that we have stood on business and acted on behalf of the government and on behalf of the people of Barbados, and certainly for those on the government side that we have served the people on whose behalf we have been asked to lead, and for all members of the Senate who are here representing the people of Barbados as Barbadian citizens. I want to take the opportunity also to express my appreciation and that of the government senators, but I would risk in this instance, and I know others will speak for sure, but on this occasion I'm quite comfortable speaking on behalf of all senators. I want to express our appreciation to the staff of Parliament who serve us week after week after week after week. The parliamentary staff that sit here, who manage the back end of everything that has to be done, make sure that bills are in order. They manage the legal processes, all of the procedural elements of our debates every week, Mr. President, and make sure that before we step foot in these chambers that everything is in order for the debate. And I want to thank them, from the clerks, the deputy clerks, the administrative staff. Thank you for your service. I want also to thank the members of Cabinet Office who stay also and who serve the Senate, who serve the other place as well, but who serve Parliament more broadly. Thank you for your commitment, for your service. And what people don't always see is that there are files that go along with every single bill that is debated, and so they have to be brought into this space. I'm looking forward to Senator Reid finding a way to digitize this process as we've done in other areas, but as it stands now, it does involve the work of Cabinet Office, connecting Cabinet decisions with decisions of the other place and decisions of this place, and then recording them, including for the printery so that they can be gazetted. So there's a lot of stuff that goes on in the background that people do not see, and I want to thank all of you. The staff downstairs, the catering staff that provide lunch and snacks in between that allow for us to have these very long days, thank you very much for your service. The police officers who maintain security from the gate and internal to the compound, thank you for your service. The government security guards who are sitting downstairs at the entrance, thank you. The custodians who keep the bathrooms clean, and the wait staff that keep the members' lounge tidy, the ground staff that make sure that we have space to park our cars, as well as the security guards. Thank you, thank you, thank you from every administrator, every manager, every custodian, everyone who works on this compound right here in Parliament. The IT teams that make sure we have Parliament TV running, thank you for your service. The caterers who also are bringing the food onto the compound every day. This is a significant operation every single day that we are sitting in this place, and it can't be done with any individual alone. And so I want to thank us for working in service to our country over the course of yet another year. And I want to wish every member of the chamber, every member of the Senate and the Parliament family, and your families who give up their time to allow you to be here in service to your nation, thank you very much on behalf of the government of Barbados. And with these few words, Mr. President, I'm going to say the thing that I know many of us are waiting for me to say all day. I beg to move that this sitting be adjourned sine die.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I join with the Leader of Government Business on behalf of the opposition to wish all of Barbados a happy and a peaceful Christmas period. Is one of the most periods of the year where many of us look forward to, and I hope that during the season that we, look out for each other and think about our families, and also share with those who are less fortunate as well, because there's a lot of need within the country, and this is the ideal time to share with persons and to make sure that everyone have a joyful and peaceful Christmas holiday, and look forward to experiencing growth and development in 2026, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I would also like to take the opportunity to thank the many players who assist us in this Parliament. There are many persons who work with us here who the public do not get the opportunity to see, but they provide tremendous support to us throughout the day, and they are with us in these long hours. Even as we are leaving here close to 9 o'clock, they have to still be at their desks and still working, and they take their breaks when we take a break as well. So we want to thank them and wish them too a very happy Christmas, and that they do get an opportunity to get some rest and come back in 2026 replenished. Also to the security, the police staff, and to the listening public out there as well. Do have a wonderful Christmas.
Senator Nurse.
Mr. President, I too would wish to join the chorus of my fellow two senators in wishing, first of all, you, sir, and your family every best wish for the Christmas season into the next year. I also wish to express similar sentiments to the government senators and the opposition senators also, and to my all fellow independent senators. And of course, like all the others, I couldn't leave out the staff who work here and who are always willing to help us along in any way they can to make life as smooth and as easy as possible for us as we do the people's work when we come here, whenever. And so I just want to wish everyone a very happy, joyous, and peaceful Christmas. We've had a pretty busy year, and so I encourage you to take time out as we have this little recess to have some rest and relaxation and enjoy yourselves until we come back to start another year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Let me, first of all, pardon my voice, let me first of all thank the honourable members of the Senate for their outstanding contributions during the course of the year. It's been a consequential year. We've done lots of bills, resolutions, met quite a number of times, and we've had some extended hours, including 12-hour, recently 11 until 11. I thought we were about to do that again.
Why are you looking at me
today.
sideways?
But thank you for your service to this country, via your service here in the Senate. Let me say that as I sit here, keep in order, I'm also enjoying the rich and diverse contributions and learning new perspectives from a range of very talented and capable persons right around the table. So I want to urge you to continue into the next year. So thanks again to you. Thanks, of course, to the clerks on the table, the other members of staff, the Cabinet Office, the police officers, and all the whole team that keep us going. No. And I want to wish all of you a very blessed Christmas, a very happy New Year, and same to your families as well. I trust that if there's not a need for instant departure, that the honourable members of the Senate will join me in ending the evening in a suitable manner downstairs. I wish you all of the very best. The question is that the Honourable the Senate do now adjourn sine die. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. The Honourable the Senate is therefore adjourned sine die.